At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Pittsburgh Pirates. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Land Rover Above and Beyond. By Good Humor, proud partner of the New York Mets. By Budweiser, still brewed the hard way, this Bud's for you. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And by Toyota. Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. Well, here at Citi Field, the next generation of Mets pitchers is getting themselves ready. You can never start too young. Never know when you might need another starter for the home stretch. The young folks are in attendance, but this generation of pitchers will have their big guy going today. Have a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Keith Hernandez joins me in just a moment as the Mets wrap up their three-game series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's been an entertaining series, but not a successful one for the Mets so far. They came in on the roll off a four-game sweep of the Colorado Rockies, and then the Pirates came in on Friday night and immediately made their mark. Neil Walker, second batter of the game, a homering against Bartolo Colon. Jay Happ, in his second start for the Pirates, held the Mets scoreless till the sixth when Yoenis Cespedes took him deep to tie up the game. And it stayed tied into the 10th when Bobby Parnell had a rough night at the office, gave up 3 straight hits. The Pirates scored 2 runs, and they beat the Mets in 10-3-2. Last night, John Meese on the mound for the Mets, and again, the first inning produced a Pirate home run. A walk, and then Aramis Ramirez took Meese deep. Gregory Polanco added a home run as well. The Pirates had a 3-0 lead, and this time the Mets responded in the 7th. First Juan Uribe, and then Michael Conforto, a 2-run homer to tie up the ball game. The Pirates threatened in the 9th inning, but the Mets got a look at one of the new weapons in their arsenal, Yoenis Cespedes' right arm. Hello, Sean Rodriguez, out at third, and that kept the Pirates off the board in the 9th. Stayed tied until the 14th, and then Daniel Murphy with an ill-advised throw to third base set the stage, and the Pirates were able to cash in. Chris Stewart, the former Yankee, with the go-ahead hit, and the Pirates scored 2 in the 14th. And held on for a 5-3 victory. 2 straight extra inning victories for the Bucks to start this series. It's been a fascinating series to watch.
Well, you got 2 quality teams here. The Mets are fighting for a division title. You've got the Pirates. It looks like a long way to go, but the Cardinals they just don't lose. So they're fighting with the Cubs and Washington for a wild card spot. And the Pirates are just a good team. It's been fun to watch these 2 games. They've been hard fought. Been played very well. Last night it was a couple bad plays out there. There was 3 errors in the ball game, but just good old-fashioned baseball. And give the Pirates credit. They've come here in the backyard of the Mets where they played so well, and they've taken the first 2.
Mets are 0-5 against the Pirates this year. This will be the last regular season meeting, and trying to avoid the season sweep will be Matt Harvey, who has been just fantastic, getting better and better in his post-Tommy John season.
Well, he's right now currently on a 3-game winning streak over his last 4 starts. What's been incredible has been his command, his superb command. In his last 10 starts, 7 of those games without a walk. He's pitching more to contact this year, but he's up against the Pirates, so he really had his worst outing of the year. Gave up 7 runs in that May ball game when the Mets got swept and the Pirates caught fire. Gave up 7 runs in 4 innings.
Harvey on the mound for the Mets as they try to avoid the sweep against the Bucks. Mets and Pirates, all the action coming your way today on SNY. Just play Daily Fantasy Baseball for free on DraftKings.com with the official daily fantasy partner of the New York Mets. Enter promo code NYM for free entry. Top of the Coldwell Banker home field advantage, and like all the young Mets starters, Matt Harvey has been brilliant at Citi Field. Even better his last 6 home starts with a ridiculous 1.05 ERA, and he'll try and keep that going today. Time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag SNYDataStrongFan, and you might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Mets finish out their homestand against the Pirates with Matt Harvey set to throw the first pitch momentarily. Collins said that it may be till next year till Matt gets that fine edge that makes him really great. Well, if he's going to be better than he's been recently, that's going to be hard to believe because he's given up only 1 run total in his last 3 starts and not walked a single batter. We'll see what he can do against the Pirates here today. No Andrew McCutchen, no Jung Ho Gong, so it's a house money lineup for Clint Hurdle this afternoon. He'll start Travis Ishikawa in left field. Pedro Florimon gets his first start of the series at shortstop. Starling Marte, who's been battling a bad hand, gets the start in center for McCutchen.
And there's Mr. Harvey going for his 12th win. There's his Jeep numbers. Look at the walks to innings pitched, hits to innings pitched. Outstanding. He has just been, as Gary said, absolutely fantastic. And the one thing you can say, he's pitching more to contact, and I think it's because of the Tommy John surgery, his first year off. I really think next year you're going to see him elevate his game, if that's possible. And the Mets defense brought to you by Lexus. Cespedes in left field, Lagares start in center. Tejada continues to play well. He's been on a nice roll, playing really wonderfully for the last couple months. Uribe at third base, Kadire at first. d'Arnaud behind the plate, and Terry continues to shuffle in and out the players, does he not?
Well, a lot of platooning. This is the fourth left-hander the Mets are facing this week in Jeff Locke, so a lot of the right-hand hitters getting a chance to play. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when the Mets start facing a spate of right-handers and how he utilizes his personnel. Mets will face 2 right-handers in Baltimore for the series that starts Tuesday night. Harvey set to face Gregory Polanco. Polanco on a real tear right now, and a first pitch swinger, and he loses the bat on his first swing, and it nearly goes into the Mets dugout. And that's how this game begins.
Well, Polanco's asking for, he's asking for pine tar, yes. Absolutely. What hand did it leave first? Bottom hand came off the bat.
Well, you always have to be ready for Polanco to swing the bat. In this series already, 8 times he's put the first pitch in play, and it's worked for him. He has 5 hits in those 8 at bats. So an odd beginning to this game. 1 bat lost, now recovered. 0-1 to Polanco. And he pulls one on the ground. Murphy knocks it down, has plenty of time, and that's the first out. We're playing second today after playing first base last night, and he did the mea culpa after the game, knew that he had made a mental mistake in throwing the ball to third base in the 14th inning.
Well, he didn't make a mistake on that play. Stayed in front of the ball, stayed down. The ball took an up hop, blocked it with his body, able to complete the play.
Here's Starling Marte. Marte came off the bench last night for his first 3 at bats of the series. He's been battling a sore left hand. 26 years old in his 4th season, having a fine year for the Pirates and taking all the way for ball 1. Marte 13 home runs, matched his career high from last season. And Matt throws one by him, 1-1. Harvey's worst start of the season came against the Pirates. That was back in May when the Pirates swept the Mets in Pittsburgh and dominated them. And Matt gave up 7 runs in 4 innings in that game, an 8-2 loss.
That was that little tough patch that he went through, a short little brief bump in the road, and they beat him up that series.
Yeah, that was his worst start by far, and looking to avenge that here today.
0-1 career against the Pirates in 2 starts with an ERA over 7.
1-2 to Marte. Got him looking, 2 men down. 96 on the black. Harvey has his first strikeout.
Knees in black. That overhead doesn't lie on the corners. Beautiful pitch. Marte knew it. Big game for the Mets to win. Washington lost last night. They got to face Bumgarner today in San Francisco, the ace of the Giants. So the Mets get a win today and a little help. They begin a long road trip, 5.5 in front.
Here's Neil Walker with 2 out and nobody on. Well, the Nats right now can't get out of their own way. They've lost 5 in a row to fall to 500 for the season. And who had that in the pool on August 16th?
Well, we mentioned what a tough road trip this was for them.
Walker drives one to the gap in left center field. That's down for a base hit. Cut off deep by Cespedes. Walker trying for 2. Here comes the throw. Murphy with the tag, and just a shade too late. Now Walker saw Sean Rodriguez get gunned down to third last night, decided to take a chance and barely made it.
Well, that's a play where the ball's in front of you. It's in the gap. And you wonder with Juan, did not have the tender elbow. Maybe he throws him out.
Now Lagares playing center field today.
Still a very good throw here. One hopper.
Very
right
close play.
So I was a bit surprised today that Conforto wasn't in the. It's a left-hander. I'm sorry. So that's why. My mistake. Scratch that.
Here's Aramis Ramirez, who had a 2-run homer in the first inning last night. His first since rejoining the Pirates. His first as a Pirate in 12 years. Team with whom he began his career, and he grounds one slowly. Uribe with the runner flashing in front of him. No problem. Side retired. Harvey gives up a double and strands him. Mets come to bat with no score. Marcus Granderson, for the third time in this homestand, drops down to the 2-hole behind Lagares, who's had a very good homestand. Michael Kadire trying to work his way back from the disabled list in there at first base. Another day off for Lucas Duda, who pinch hit last night. Jeff Locke, 23rd start of the year, really has been struggling lately. Last 4 starts, a 6.53 ERA. Lagares leads off, corners in, first pitch on the corner, 0-1.
Best year for Locke was in 2013, where he was 10-7 in 30 starts.
He was an all-star that year. Ball and a strike to Lagares, who on this homestand is 7 for 16 with 4 extra base hits. 3 doubles and a home run. Lagares has really come alive with his playing time now limited. And a check swing foul, 1-2.
Juan hitting .294 against the lefties with 1 home run. Granderson continues to sparkle at the plate, in the field, on the bases.
Jeff Locke, 27 years old, from the northern reaches of New Hampshire. There's been a lot of pitchers come out of New Hampshire, but very few who have come from as far north as Jeff Locke did. He's from North Conway, up in the Mount Washington Valley, where the season is about 3 weeks long. Off the corner in a full count to Lagares.
The summer season.
The baseball season.
No.
Some beautiful country up there, but you have to fight long odds to make it as a player from those cold climates. Lagares pokes one into right center, and he's got a leadoff hit. So Lagares continues to put together good at bat after good at bat.
Well, he was so mired in a slump, Gary, that literally, of all the moves the Mets have made, when they made all the moves to acquire Kelly Johnson, Juan Uribe, Cespedes, Juan was the only one, as you look at the Coors Light defense, Juan was the only one that was really benched, I think, because of his really prolonged slump. Florimon gets the start at shortstop. You notice McCutchen is not in center field today, getting a day off. Chris Stewart has been a thorn in the Mets' side. It's been a big part of both wins for the Pirates.
Yeah, the go-ahead hit in the 14th inning last night. Here's Granderson, and Curtis takes a fastball for a strike. Curtis just 1 for 9 in this series, continues to struggle against lefties, hitting just .156 against left-hand pitching this year. Been batting leadoff all season, but on this homestand, Terry's changed things around a little bit and batted Granderson second against the lefties. 1-1. You see the numbers. Only one of his 20 home runs has come against a left-hand pitcher.
Well, he's got an influx of players now he can play around with. He's never had this many options before as in his tenure as a Met manager.
Into right field. Right there is Polanco, and that's the first out. So Granderson retired, 1 out and 1 on. And now Yoenis Cespedes, not wearing the yellow sleeve tonight.
It's a day game.
Well, he went left arm yellow sleeve. Then last night it was right arm yellow sleeve.
But he's still got that canary yellow thing on his necklace.
Well, he has a lot of things around his neck.
I've been trying to figure out what the heck that is.
And the rally parakeets have proliferated.
Canaries.
Well, whatever. If I was an ornithologist, probably wouldn't be here. I'd be out bird watching today.
Or if you were a coal miner.
You mean like a canary in a coal mine? That can be a sign of trouble, you know. 1-0 to Cespedes, who's 5 for 11 in this series with a double and a home run. And he grounds one weakly. Ramirez with the underhand flip too late.
Oh my goodness.
What was he thinking? Aramis Ramirez had an easy play if he just throws the ball, but instead he underhanded it and Lagares beat it.
Now, was that a base hit? Or did you rule that a fielder's choice, Gary? This is terrible from a veteran. Good hustle by Lagares. Oh, my goodness.
Well, they may challenge this because it was awfully close, and it might have gotten in Walker's glove on time.
I think he beat it. Well, I'll tell you what, two casual errors in this series, back-to-back games.
You're right. I think he got the heel in right before it hit Walker's glove.
By Ramirez.
Close, though.
Yes, it is.
But no hint of a challenge by the Pirates. It's going to be scored a fielder's choice all the way.
I agree.
The Mets have 2 men on for Juan Uribe. Looking to take advantage of the defensive mistake by the veteran.
Well, it cost him 2 runs last night.
Uribe 1 for 11 in this series, but the one was a big one. It got the Mets started last night on their comeback. A leadoff home run in the 7th inning that he just crashed over the center field fence. Mets looking for their first hit in this series with a runner in scoring position. They're 0 for 11.
Ooh.
Uribe with a major cut. 1-1.
He and Cespedes do not get cheated. That's a rip.
Almost took off the Hawaiian Toyota.
More and more I see Uribe play, the more and more I like him.
12 home runs this year, including 4 already as a Met in just 61 at bats. Lagares at second, Cespedes at first with 1 out. And Locke fires inside. Locke throwing hard today. His average fastball velocity this year has been 91.2. He dialed that up to 94.
He's pitching inside to the right-handers, as you said, Gary. Not overpowering, but he's got to establish in.
And the breaking ball hit out to center field. Marte with plenty of room, tagging at second Lagares. That's the 2nd out, and Lagares goes to 3rd.
Well, the inning should be over, but it's not. 1 more out to be attained. Can't give the good teams 4 outs.
And Daniel Murphy, the batter. Murphy saw his 10-game hitting streak end last night when he went 0 for 6.
A rarity. Daniel, in his last 29 day games this season, is 5th in the National League with a .339 average. His last 14 games, .323. He's been red hot.
Do you think there are certain guys who are better in day games?
That's a good.
Circadian rhythms.
I think it's different today. I think there's less day games today because of television. Certainly the Mets are in that camp. We know the Mets play night games on Saturday night. I always love day games because it just changed the pace. You know, it's nice to. So you get up early and to go to the ballpark, but you can go to dinner with everybody. All the folks are out at the normal hour, and you're there with them. It's fun.
But can you hit better in the daytime?
Depends on the pitcher.
Got to look at your numbers. Murph gets tied up. Did he go around? He did. Third base umpire Bob Davidson with the call, and it's 0-2.
Well, I know one thing. I hit well in Wrigley. They were all day games in my day. I don't think he swung, to be honest with you. It's like Murph's got a new bat. Doesn't look weathered.
That's what happens when you go 0 for 6. Change the equipment. Lagares at 3rd, Cespedes at 1st, and 2 out. Cespedes has a stolen base in this series, and teams have been running wild against the Pirates. Pirates have given up the most stolen bases in the National League, and the opposition's been successful 34 consecutive times coming into today.
I would want Cespedes to hold here. Give Murph that hole between 1st and 2nd. Lazy breaking ball there. Murph just a little tardy. Long night for these guys, both teams. And it's always more of a lift when you win an extra inning ball game, particularly that goes deep. It's always you're on the upper end. They get energized going into the next day if it's a day game. The other team's got to pick themselves up by the bootstraps.
Grounded right down to first, a foul ball. Well, the one piece of good news for the Mets on that front is that they, unlike the Pirates, have a day off tomorrow. Mets will be in Baltimore on Tuesday. They're actually traveling down to Baltimore tonight.
I thought that a bit odd. They traveled tonight. I thought they'd give them a night with the family or your girlfriends or whatever, and
this way they can go to the aquarium tomorrow.
An off day in Baltimore. Oof.
Have some crabs.
Well, I'm going to fly
the
in.
Inner Harbor.
I'm flying in Tuesday, taking the shuttle. See you there.
That's of a day off Monday and a day off Thursday this week. Very unusual. 0-2 to Murphy. There goes Cespedes. Murphy cracks one foul. So Cespedes was running on the 0-2 pitch. The Pirates, on the other hand, play at home tomorrow night against the Diamondbacks. There's the road ahead for the Mets, brought to you by your Tri-State Buick dealer. The 2 in Baltimore against Chris Davis and the Orioles, and then the Mets go to Colorado for 3 and Philadelphia for 4. So a 9-game road trip starting Tuesday night.
Unusual to have, I said it last night, to have 2 off days in the same week in August.
It's also odd geographically to go from Baltimore to Denver to Philadelphia.
Should be Colorado, work your way back east,
or
right?
Something like that.
Try at least.
And Murphy continues to foul them off and make Locke work hard. Mentioned Chris Davis. He had 2 home runs, including a walk-off last night. Now leads the major leagues with 88 RBIs, 34 home runs, 6 home runs in his last 6 games. The Mets are going to have a force to contend with there.
Yes, sir, and a very a bandbox in Baltimore.
The Orioles have been such an odd team this year, so up and so down.
Coming in.
They just missed it. The Orioles in June won 16 of 20 to move into first place. Then they lost 15 of 20, and now they've won 13 of 20.
There's hot and cold team.
Very hot and cold. Their starting pitching very questionable, but their bullpen's great, and they can hit. Mets saw them earlier this year, and the Mets swept a 2-game series early May here at Citi Field. Long turn at bat for Murphy, and he just got a piece of that one to keep the at bat alive.
A lock. You notice that he tried to pitch inside 2 pitches in a row, not even close.
There's that AL East. Baltimore just a half game out of the second wild card. Toronto and the Angels are in the wild card spots, and the Orioles just a half game behind.
Looks like the Yankees are going to have some double headers. See, Toronto can only get rained out on the road.
This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat from Locke to Murphy, and that just missed. 2-2. Quite an at bat here for Murph.
Well, Locke, as I said, 0-2, back-to-back fastballs in and did not get anywhere in there. I think he has a little difficulty against the lefties. Lefties hitting .291 against Locke. Not good.
Pitch number 10, and the breaking ball inside. Now a full count to Murphy. It's funny you mentioned Locke's numbers against lefties because he's been so up and down. 2 years ago they hit .286 against him. Last year only .190, and this year up to .291. So it's been hot and cold for him the last few years.
Kind of a peculiar defense on the left side, Gare, and I'm not talking about Ramirez. They're playing Murph for the pole, but look at Florimon. Why shouldn't he should get deeper, more on the outfield grass, the cut in the grass.
Cespedes runs 3-2 to Murphy, and he popped it up. Alvarez waiting for it in foul ground, and that retires the side. So Locke has to work hard, but he gets through the opening inning and works around Ramirez's defensive mistake. After 1 at Citi Field, Mets and Bucks, no score. fan photo to hashtag SNY Data Strong Fan, and you could see yourself in an upcoming broadcast like Anthony and his family. Chubby cheeks on that baby. See that?
I did.
Sucker for chubby cheeks.
Chubby checker.
Let's twist again, like we did last summer.
Yes. Wop, wop.
Second inning. And El Toro, Pedro Alvarez, will lead off for the Pirates. Alvarez 2 for 5 in this series and has done well in the past against Matt Harvey. 3 for 5 with a home run. Harvey gave up a 2-out double to Neil Walker in the first, but got around it. And Alvarez takes outside for ball 1. Alvarez, then Travis Ishikawa and Chris Stewart against Harvey. Interesting that Clint Hurdle has shoved every available left-hand batter into the lineup against Harvey today, as the curveball misses up and away. The lefties are hitting just .219 against Matt, but he's given up 13 home runs to left-hand batters this year, only 3 to right-hand batters.
But he's been a lot better. He's pitched so much better in this streak he's on.
But you have to figure that was Clint's reasoning, right, in loading his lineup with all the left-hand bats he could.
Of course. Well, absolutely.
And 2 of his better right-hand bats, McCutchen and Gong, on the bench today. There you see the overall numbers against Matt. 2-1 to Alvarez. Comes inside, 96, 2-2.
Big cut, Alvarez. He's all or nothing.
17 home runs this year. It's that one deep to center field. Lagares back to the warning track near the wall, and it's out of here. Pedro Alvarez back home in New York, and he takes Matt Harvey deep to give the Pirates a 1-0 lead. Number 18 for Alvarez.
Well, let's have a peek. Up, hey, look at that level swing for a change. And look what he did with it.
So Harvey had thrown 16 straight scoreless innings. That comes to an end. Alvarez doing it like he used to do at Horace Mann.
Much more of a look at that level or follow through, and that enabled him to hit the high pitch.
1-1 to Travis Ishikawa, getting the start in left field today. Ishikawa 0 for 5 in the series. And he drives one to left center. Lagares over in the gap to run it down for the first out. Well, 3rd straight game in this series, the Pirates have taken an early lead on a home run.
Well, good balance on this swing. I just see the follow through, how it was level, like swinging over a tabletop. And he wants to drop that back shoulder and lift all the time. There, he was just 2-strike hitting right there. I have not seen that from Alvarez.
Here's Chris Stewart, who had the go-ahead hit in the 14th inning last night, and he takes a strike. Stewart 3 for 5 in this series. He and Francisco Cervelli, the 2 former Yankee catchers, both have excelled for the Pirates. A late swing foul, and it's 0-2. Stewart getting his 28th start and his second in this series, and Clint Hurdle had said earlier in the weekend that Stewart was going to get more playing time. He had pretty much been Garrett Cole's personal catcher and little else, but he's been playing well and earned more time. Slider off the plate, 1-2 to Stewart. And we've certainly seen the fruits of that for the Pirates and Stewart in this series. There's Pedro Florimon playing shortstop today. He's on deck. 1-2 from Harvey. And fouled into the ground. Friday night it was Neil Walker homering in the first inning against Bartolo Colon. Last night, Aramis Ramirez homering in the first inning against John Neese. Today, Pedro Alvarez homering in the second inning against Matt Harvey. Each of the first 2 nights, the Mets were able to get even and eventually send it to extra innings. But they find themselves in the short end early again. One two to Stewart. Off the plate, 2-2. Keith mentioned the strikeouts have been down for Matt. Only twice in his last 11 starts has he struck out as many as 7, after doing that in 8 of his first 11 starts. Gets the strikeout there with a slider. His second of the day.
Well, I think Matt has taken control of his ego and having to take a step back that, hey, I've had a serious surgery. I'm going to have to take it easy this year. And he's had to see DeGrom with all the strikeouts, Syndergaard. And I'm sure it kind of gnaws at him. I'm sure from a team standpoint, he's very happy his teammates are performing what he probably feels is his level. But, you know, I like the way he's pitching. I think this year right now, the way he's pitching, Gary, is that he's learning to be a Dutch master out there. He's kind of pitching very smooth motion, effortless, painting the corners. I think this year is going to be one of those years where he's got tremendous learns how to pitch, and then next year he can dial it up a notch. And you're going to see the strikeouts increase. I mean, he's got 135 strikeouts in 148 innings coming in. That's nothing to be sneezed at.
And as the strikeouts have gone down recently, his results have gone up. His ERA is better with fewer strikeouts. Florimon takes a strike. His first 11 starts when he was striking out a lot more hitters, he had a 3.05 ERA. The last 11 starts, 2.18. So it's working for him. Today he seems to be a little bit off command wise compared to where he was the last couple of starts.
There's Noah. There's big 2 right there.
Strike 3 call. Florimon caught looking. Harvey finishes off the second with back-to-back strikeouts, but the inning started with Pedro Alvarez breaking the ice. His 18th home run of the year. And the Pirates jump out to a 1-0 lead. Get to Citi Field for your chance to see the Grammy Award-winning Zac Brown Band Friday, August 21st and Saturday, August 22nd as part of their Jekyll and Hyde World Tour. Purchase your tickets at Mets.com/ZBB. Michael Cuddyer getting the start at first base today against the left-hander. Cuddyer 3 for 13 since coming off the disabled list. .249 for the year. Extra turn by Locke when he throws a fastball for a strike.
Similar contract given to Cuddyer as Bartolo Colon, a 2-year deal.
Into the shift on the left side. Floribone throws out Cuddyer, one away. Now Travis d'Arnaud. Travis still trying to get himself untracked.
Yeah, it's been a tough year injury-wise for Travis. Only his 31st game. This is his 113th at bat. At a point in the season where some leadoff hitters already have 400 at bats. So he's missed quite a patch.
Got the broken hand early in the year, then the sprained elbow. 2 long stints on the DL. He hits this one to deep left field. Back goes Ishikawa looking up, and it's out of here. Travis d'Arnaud ties the game with his 6th home run of the year, and it's 1-1. He'll get you untracked.
Well, that's why I like this young man. Look how quick his bat is. There's a fastball inside. Very quick. Boom. Nicely done. Good balance.
Nice grab. He'll stay with it. So d'Arnaud gets the Mets even. Here's Ruben Tejada. Ruben 2 for 5 in this series. And since the beginning of the last road trip, 8 hits in his last 22 at bats. He just continues to excel with whatever playing time he gets. And he's been getting most of it because his defense has been solid and he's continued to hit. That home run by Travis d'Arnaud means $2,000 for an NYC community partner, courtesy of Citi. Mets have now hit 32 home runs in their last 21 games. A very significant portion of their offense coming from the long ball.
Well, the ball seems to be carrying this summer. You never know what they do with that ball, how tight they are instructed to construct the baseball for a season.
Foul tip held by Stewart for Locke's first strikeout. And there are 2 out. Well, the Mets have now hit 70 home runs at Citi Field, which since the ballpark opened in 2009 is the most they've hit at home in any season. Matt Harvey has one of them.
Syndergaard another.
Harvey hit his first home run of his career against Patrick Corbin of the Diamondbacks, a left-hander. In fact, Matt has 7 runs batted in this year, which leads all major league pitchers. Let's look at today's Verizon trivia question. Who holds the Mets single season record for RBIs by a pitcher? That's a very timely trivia question. Grounded down to Alvarez. He'll take it himself. That retires the side, but the Mets get even. Travis d'Arnaud, hitless in his previous 9 at bats, took care of that in a hurry. 6th home run of the year for d'Arnaud. Mets and Pirates tied 1-1 after 2. Coors Light. Facts? You want facts? Well, not so good facts for the Mets. They've already been swept in a season series by one team. The Cubs beat them 7 out of 7, and the Pirates trying to make it 6 for 6 in their final meeting of the season. And they have dominated. These two in this series have been extra inning close games, but the 3 in Pittsburgh were lopsided.
The ERA is a little bit elevated for the Mets because that was a point where Neese got ripped that series, and Harvey had his worst start.
You know, the Pirates scored 21 runs in that 3-game series.
That was the series the Mets went in there, and the Pirates were struggling offensively.
Jeff Locke 3 for 31 at the plate this year. Lifetime 101 hitter. So the teams traded solo home runs in the second inning. Alvarez for the Pirates, d'Arnaud for the Mets, and back even in the third. Gregory Polanco on deck, and then Starling Marte. 1 and 2 to Locke. I mentioned the Nationals in San Francisco later, facing Madison Bumgarner. They'll have Joe Ross on the mound trying to avoid a 4-game sweep. And Bryce Harper is in the lineup today for the Nationals after fouling a ball off his left leg last night. And when it happened on slow motion, it looked really bad. Slowly hit, and Tejada comes in. Locke is half stepping in. Tejada throws him out easily, 1 away. And what really struck me, Keith, watching that play last night with Harper, he fouled his ball off his leg. He was clearly in severe pain, having trouble putting any weight on it. It took almost a minute for the trainer to come out, and then when Harper went in the dugout, none of his teammates went anywhere near him. Now, we're not there and we don't know, but that's really odd.
Matt Williams, the manager, didn't go out when the trainer was inspecting him on the field. So that was a bit surprised. So, we can't speculate, but there's something wrong there. This team is at 500 right now. If they lose today, they get under 500. Boy, oh boy, that's going to send shockwaves through that organization. Maybe they'll get Congress to do something.
Well, if they lose today, they'll be under 500 for the season. Here's Polanco, who grounded out his first time up. And, the one thing that the Nats figured they could count on every day this year was great starting pitching. But the last 2 days, Max Scherzer got beat up, and yesterday Gio Gonzalez, who was on a great stretch, he got beat up as well. And now they're counting on a rookie to save them today in Joe Ross. Grounded down to first, and Kadire will take it himself to retire Polanco, 2 out.
Well, it's a very nice opportunistic time for the Mets, who have turned it on right at the same time when the spigot has been shut off on the Nationals. A chance to they've been able to get a 4.5 game lead coming in, only 4 in the loss column. You can only take care of yourself right now. We can sit up here and look at the scoreboard, and the team and the players do too, but the only thing you have control of is this game right here. You win, they can't catch you.
Now Starling Marte, who took a call third strike his first time up. Harvey looking for his first 1-2-3 inning.
Good changeup right there.
And 0-2. Matt has struck out 3 today. Marte pulls one foul. During today's game, you can get interactive with SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, featuring pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Harvey hasn't thrown Marte a fastball yet. And he still hasn't.
Matt made a pretty good pitch there. Saw his reaction. Marte took a weak hack at it, but stayed in the at bat. Harvey would have liked to have been walking off the mound with that pitch. But he's got more work to do.
And Marte drives one to right center. Lagares over in the gap, won't get this one. And it's back to the wall. Marte to second. He's going to take the turn and try for 3. Murphy with the relay throw to third. And a rebase tag is too late. And Marte has his second triple of the year.
Good hitting on that breaking ball. Took it right where you should. Opposite field gap. There's the grip. Left it up a tad, but that's just nice hitting. Hit it where it's pitched. The ball kind of just fading away from the Lagares, and Marte can run here. I just love to see that hitting on the breaking ball. Easy strides of Marte, and he turns it on here.
So Harvey working his 3rd inning, and he's given up an extra base hit in each of the first 3. Neil Walker had one in the first inning, a double to left center. And d'Arnaud goes down to stop that. Ball 1. So Matt is not at his overpowering best today. And trying to muddle his way through. Walker hitting from his better side of the plate. And fouls back to fastball, 1-1. Ramos Ramirez on deck. Walker delivered the keynote in this series Friday night with a first inning home run against Bartolo Colon. One and two.
So far, young David Rackley behind the plate has called a very nice game. That's what I like to see. Feet closer together.
Pulled down to first. Nicely knocked down by Kadire. Harvey over to cover side, retire. A smash by Walker. Kadire stayed with it. And Harvey able to emerge unscathed in the 3rd. Works around the triple by Marte. And Kadire got just enough leather on it. Still a 1-1 game. Second time around the batting order for the Mets. Juan Lagares leads off and takes a strike from Jeff Locke as we start the bottom of the third. Lagares worked a full count and then drove a base hit to right center his first time up. Got as far as third but was stranded. Now 8 for 17 on this homestand. And Locke bounces one in there, a ball and a strike. Jeff Locke making his 23rd start. Gave up 4 runs and 7 hits in 5 innings his last time out against the Cardinals. A 4-3 loss.
His last 4 starts, he has not, well, 5 starts, has only gone 5 2/3 max. The other 4 were 5-inning stints. He has not pitched well.
Well, this is a day when both teams could use a long outing from their starter. After 24 innings the last 2 nights, Clint Hurdle already said his closer Mark Melanson is off limits today.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting home today, Gary. I stayed the whole weekend in the city. It was a wise choice on my part with the extra inning ball games. I got to water my plants in the back.
How long has it been?
Well, I had someone water them for me when I was gone. The first day I was gone, but I have to give them a good dousing.
I don't think we're going to get any rain. Lagares goes down to the breaking ball in the dirt, and Stewart completes the putout. Second strikeout for Jeff Locke. Well, there are the city probables for the series in Baltimore. Jacob deGrom against Kevin Gausman on Tuesday night. Noah Syndergaard against Ubaldo Jimenez, whom the Mets beat in May, on Wednesday night. And for more on the Orioles, let's check in with Doug Williams. Doug?
Well, Gary, you've talked about how the Orioles have been kind of an up and down team this season. Right now, however, they are up. Back-to-back walk-off wins for that team. And by the way, as you said, only 5 games out of the division. We've seen how quickly those division leads can shrink. We've heard so much about the Blue Jays, so much about the Yankees, but the Blue Jays are certainly in that race. They're a half game out of the wild card. And Chris Davis has been unbelievable. He had an off year last year, back to his form of 2 years ago this year. 34 homers, 88 RBIs, 6 homers in his last 6 games. It'll be interesting to see, by the way, how the Mets handle him, especially in the bullpen late in games. He has the most homers for a left-handed hitter against left-handed pitching this year. He's got 9 homers off left-handed pitching, so we'll see how the Mets pitching attacks Crush Davis in this series.
You know, the Orioles were really beat up when they came here in early May. They didn't have Matt Wieters, who is out again with a hamstring injury now. He was coming back from Tommy John then. They were without Davis. Manny Machado was struggling at that point. But they're hitting on all cylinders now, and they made a terrific deadline pickup in Gerardo Parra, who just hit his 2nd home run in 3 days for the Orioles.
Well, the Orioles are 5 back coming into the day, 59 and 56. It's a good time for them to get hot.
2-2 to Granderson, who flied out his first time, and he goes down on the changeup. So Jeff Locke with back-to-back strikeouts to start the third.
It makes you think here. Slider out of the strike zone. Actually, changeup looks like out front. Yes, sir. The Yankees have had their hot run, and they cooled off. Toronto had their hot run. The Yankees went up there and cooled them off, winning the first 2 games. I see Toronto was ahead 3-0 early there in the bottom of the third. And that game today up in Toronto. So maybe it's Baltimore's time to have a run. Mets are hoping not for at least 2 games.
Cespedes had a ground ball to third and was safe on the fielder's choice his first time up. The thing that holds the Orioles back, and you know, even when they were winning the division last year, their starting pitching just can't be trusted. They've got nobody in that rotation who you say, well, he's our number 1 guy. He's the guy who's going to stop a losing streak for us. I mean, they got a lot of 3rd and 4th starters, the Chris Tillmans, the Ubaldo Jimenez's. It's going to be interesting to see if they can put together a run based on some level of better starting pitching, or if their offense can just carry them. 2-2. But the one thing they've got going for them is a tremendous bullpen, led by Zach Britton and the briefly former Met Darren O'Day. Full count to Cespedes.
And another thing too is the more and more I've seen Buck Showalter as manager, you don't get beat on the field by Buck, and Buck's been around a long time. I think he's one of the best managers in the game.
Inside ball 4. Cespedes on with a 2-out walk. First walk given up by Locke. Well, from a strategic standpoint for the Mets, what's going to be interesting in that series, these are going to be the last 2 DH games the Mets play this year. They've got so many weapons to move around. It'll be interesting to see how Terry handles that.
Well, would you want to maybe ease Duda in, let him be the DH, and doesn't have to bend over and play in the field? I think that's the logical answer, Garrett.
Yeah, that's the obvious way to start. Uribe fly to center his first time up. By the way, that Toronto lead, that's Jose Bautista's 28th home run of the year.
Boy, he impressed me. The 4 games he played against the Mets this year. 2 here, 2 there.
It's a big game for the Blue Jays today after losing the first 2 of that series. Uribe pops it up. Walker looking through the sunglasses. And that retires the side. A walk in, 1 left after 3. We're tied at 1. At the #1 app for live baseball. At bat, it's up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet.
There you go from the upper tank.
That's the view from the Pepsi porch. See, we were complaining the other day that the view from the Pepsi porch was the view of the Pepsi porch. Today we got the view from the Pepsi porch. See, all we have to do is ask, and our crack crew, they figure it out.
There's not a bad seat in the house.
Ramos Ramirez leading off the 4th, and a slider from Harvey gets him ahead 0-2.
That's the one thing I like about this park is that they kept the upper tanks low as possible. It's not a bad seat even if you're up there in the top levels and top rows.
Up in the promenade. The promenade is the top deck, and it's about as high as the mezzanine was at Shea.
Right. I remember the first day I walked into Shea Stadium in 1974 in September, and it was just it was cavernous. Those ugly green seats, remember? Oh.
Grounded over the bag. That's a fair ball for Ramirez. Granderson over to the line to play it, and Ramirez will stop at first base. Didn't hit it hard, but got it between Kadire and the line, and that's the 4th hit for the Pirates.
He went that way all the way. Doesn't run like he used to. Never was real fast, but he certainly wasn't slow. Granderson cuts it off, holds him to a single. It's all good. Ramirez really had no intention of trying to get 2 out of it.
So now Pedro Alvarez, who opened the scoring with his 18th home run of the year, leading off the 2nd. So Harvey's had traffic in every inning. A double, a homer, a triple, and now the Pirates have hit for the cycle with the single by Ramirez. Alvarez's home run was his 2nd in 6 career at bats against Harvey. So this is a guy that Matt has to figure out. Good change up, 1-1.
Here's the home run, the solo shot, ball up in the strike zone, and that's where you want to pitch Alvarez, but he stayed level on that swing. And of course, you could look at him and you know he's very strong, muy fuerte.
That's why they call him the Bull, El Toro. That went off d'Arnaud and back 1-2. Well, since 2012, only one National League hitter has hit more home runs than Pedro Alvarez, and that's Giancarlo Stanton. Stanton since 2012, 125. Alvarez 102. Jay Bruce is next with 100. Ramirez at first and nobody out. 1-2 to Alvarez with Travis Ishikawa on deck. D'Arnaud sets up inside, and Alvarez gets jammed and pops it up. Tejada calling, called off by Lagares, and that's the first out. So well executed pitch by Harvey to get Alvarez for the first out.
Alvarez is not a good off-speed hitter. But Matt comes in with the fastball down and in and beats him.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Travis Ishikawa, who lined out to Lagares in left center his first time up. Ishikawa much traveled the last few years. His second tour with the Pirates, with whom he started last season. And he takes up and away for ball 1. Chris Stewart, the on deck batter. Harvey behind 2-0. And Ishikawa fouls another one off d'Arnaud, who's taking its lumps in this inning. SNY Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Slow.
I read that
slow
very
motion.
You read it very
super slow
with the motif. Very good, Garrett.
Just trying to keep things calm.
Wise man.
And now Harvey behind on Ishikawa 3-1. It's just not coming easily from Matt today. Ramirez at first and 1 out. And Ishikawa swinging at a 3-1 changeup, full count.
You want the changeup away. It's middle of the plate, but Ishikawa, find a lot of the hitters today are not adept off-speed hitters.
Ramirez not running. Ishikawa strikes out on the 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Hardest pitch Matt's thrown today, and that's his 4th strikeout of the afternoon.
Change up 3-1. Here's a fastball for you, 3-2, right on the corner.
straining for a little extra velocity. And there are 2 out of the inning. Now Chris Stewart, who struck out his first time up. Grounded down to third, and Uribe handles the hop. That goes the short way, and Harvey gets around another base runner in the 4th. Leadoff single, no problem. Still 1-1 at Citi Field. Harbor in Lower Manhattan.
It's Old Battery Park right dead ahead.
Sparkling summer Sunday, hot, humid, August afternoon.
Used to be where the fort was, the cannons, protecting the mouths of the Hudson and the East River.
Daniel Murphy leads off the home 4th. Murph had an 11-pitch marathon against Jeff Locke in the first inning. Locke finally got him to foul out with 2 men on to get out of that frame.
Well, he got Murph up and in, got him to pop up on a extended at bat. Full count. Got him.
Murphy, Kadire, and d'Arnaud for the Mets in the 4th. Teams traded solo home runs in the 2nd. Alvarez for the Pirates, d'Arnaud for the Mets.
Big shift on the infield. I have not seen this against Murph. Look at that. Very interesting. They're just giving him that left field line.
Well, if they're going to pitch him inside.
Yep. They're going to say that the catcher's going back in.
And Murph flies one to right. Polanco easing back. 1 out.
A little bit of sun out there in right field. Right field's a sun field. Look at the shadow behind the shadow of Polanco. You see he's talking to his center fielder, Starlin Marte.
Sun's been darting in and out on a hazy day.
It's a day to wear glasses.
Here's Kadire, who grounded out to short his first time. And the Pirates, who do a lot of shifting, put on the right-hander shift against Kadire. 3 infielders on the left. And a comebacker for Locke to handle. Brief bobble. No problem. 2 out. So 2 up and 2 easily cast aside for the lefty Locke. And now d'Arnaud, who accounted for the Mets' run in the second.
Fastball in. Quickness inside. d'Arnaud just needs to stay on the field. He's a hitter.
6th home run of the year for Travis. His second since coming back from his latest stint on the disabled list. And this time Locke keeps it away from him for ball 1. Locke could really use an easy inning because he threw a lot of pitches early in the game. And again, these are 2 teams that have played 2 extra inning games in a row and could really use length from their starters. But now he's behind d'Arnaud 3-0.
Locke has a little bit of that semi-Louis Tiant, almost turns his back to the hitter and kind of pauses up.
Johnny Cueto. There's a strike, 3-1. Cueto, by the way, got a win for the Royals last night. He's really pitching well now since the trade. Royals have a 12-game lead in the AL Central. Good changeup by Locke, and it's 3-2.
There's the motion. Watch the turn, and then a hesitation right there. A little hesitation. So he's got to really make sure that he clears his hips and gets his shoulders through.
Hit hard and past a diving Ramirez off the tarp. d'Arnaud heads for second, and he'll make it easily with his second extra base hit of the day, a 2-out double.
Change up, 2 of the 3 hits for the Mets. Just out of the reach of Ramirez. Nice hitting by d'Arnaud. Line drive hitter.
See what they do with Tejada now. Ruben's been swinging the bat well. First base open. Tie game. Harvey on deck. And they're going to walk him intentionally. So they'll give the free pass to Tejada and bring Harvey up with 2 men on and tempt fate against the pitcher who has the most RBIs of any pitcher in the game.
Well, I can tell you right now, Matt has been kind of pulling off that outside pitch in his last 2 or 3 starts, maybe more. So they've been pitching him away. He made a little adjustment his first at bat, hit the ground ball to the first baseman. But
there's ball 4 to Tejada. Before Harvey comes up, let's answer our Verizon trivia question. We asked who holds the Mets single season record for RBIs by a pitcher.
Seaver.
Good. Seaver. Good job.
Thank you. Tom could hit.
Mets have had their share of pitchers who could hit. They certainly have a bunch of them now. Led by DeGrom. Syndergaard's got power. Neese has the high on base percentage. Harvey's got the 7 RBIs. Bartolo's got 6 hits this year. Sean Gilmartin got a big hit.
The outfield, look at Polanco in right field. Boy, is he down the line and shallow.
And Harvey hits one in that general direction, foul. And grounded out to first base his first time up. Juan Lagares would be next. d'Arnaud at second. Tejada at first with 2 out. And Locke quickly ahead 0-2. If nothing else in this inning, the Mets have built Locke's pitch count, heading toward 80 now in the 4th inning. And Harvey down on strikes to end the inning. 4th strikeout now for Jeff Locke. after 4, tied at 1.
Ditbar throws. Here's a swing and a high fly ball going deep to left. This may do it. Back to the wall goes Berra. It is home run. The Pirates win.
The greatest moment in Pittsburgh Pirates history. Game 7, 1960 World Series. Ralph Terry throws the pitch, and Bill Mazeroski seals his fame forever with the walk-off home run.
Look at that. Look at the police, the highway patrol, Smokey's out there trying to control the crowd.
That series was one of the strangest of all time because the Yankees vastly outscored the Pirates.
Yes.
Just obliterated them in their 3 wins.
That was Mantle's worst nightmare. Mickey is quoted as saying that World Series really stuck in his craw. And I've never seen that angle behind home plate on the pitch from Ralph Terry.
Spinner.
Hanging curve.
Pedro Florimon leads off the 5th inning against Matt Harvey.
Excuse me, I mean behind the pitcher in center field. That's the first time I think I've ever seen that angle.
Well, remember the events that led up to that game-winning home run. The ground ball that came up and hit Tony Kubek in the throat, and then Hal Smith hit the go-ahead home run in the 8th inning for the Pirates. He was going to be the hero, but then the Yankees tied it in the top of the 9th and set the stage for Mazeroski to be the hero. And Mazeroski was not a big home run hitter. He was a great defensive second baseman. There's the location.
So you see belt high out over the plate. Old Forbes Field.
And Yogi Berra playing left field.
Yogi playing left, yep.
You know, there was a time when catchers were more apt to play other positions. Johnny Bench did it. Elston Howard did it with the Yankees as well. Inside 3-2. And it just makes you wonder when you look at Travis d'Arnaud and think about the injury problems he's had, and with Kevin Plawecki, whether someday maybe d'Arnaud will be asked to play other positions. Outside ball 4, and Florimon's on with a walk. Harvey had gone 3 straight starts and the first 4 innings of this game without allowing a walk. That streak is now over, and it's a leadoff walk to boot. And now the pitcher Locke will come up with a chance to sacrifice.
You know who the MVP of that World Series was?
I don't.
It was not a Pittsburgh Pirate. It was a man that broke the record for most hits.
Bobby Richardson.
Yes.
Yeah. He had 13 hits in the 7-game series?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I didn't know that he had gotten the MVP.
Danny,
he's the Chuck Howley of baseball. Chuck Howley won the Super Bowl MVP.
That's right. That
Super Bowl V against the Colts.
The 16-13, that horrible game.
The Jim O'Brien field goal.
Right.
Yeah, what, 13 turnovers in that game?
Yep. Danny Murtaugh was the manager of the Pirates in that World Series. I didn't know Danny went back that far.
Locke has 4 sacrifices this year. Uribe coming very quickly as that pitch is high. Uribe, when that pitch crossed home plate, was about 20 feet from Jeff Locke. If Locke were to ever swing the bat, Uribe could be in some jeopardy.
There were 7 present, past, and future most valuable players in that World Series in '60.
And Locke does swing the bat. Could be a double play. Tejada to Murphy, and the turn not in time for the double play. So with Uribe right down Locke's throat, they take the bunt off, and the Mets turn the 6-4-3 double play.
Well, what was critical here, look at Tejada. Never left his position too soon. Neither Murphy. So able to turn the 2. Well done.
And it was interesting watching Uribe. He did not commit as far in as he had that first pitch. Close play at first, but it appears to be the correct call. The Pirates are waiting for their replay coordinator, and Clint is not going to challenge. So Locke is out. Nice job by the Mets, and it's an interesting read for the infielders there, right? With a pitcher who's not a good hitter, you figure it's 95% certain he's going to bunt. How do you know when to make your move?
Well, you shortstop, you got plenty of time to get to the bag, so you can hold your position. Second base is a little dicier, but if you bust and you don't get lazy, you can get there if the bunt's put down. I forgot that Dick Groat was the MVP of the National League that year, batting champ.
Beat out Clemente, which made a lot of people unhappy.
Right. Clemente won it in '66 eventually.
Polanco's been up twice, grounded out both times. And that's a strike with Polanco jumping back. Well, Polanco's had a great month. Second in the National League in batting average, behind David Peralta. It's presented by DraftKings. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com. Enter promo code NYM for free entry. Pirates have had base runners in every inning, but Harvey's given up just the home run to Alvarez, leading off the second. Polanco fouls it off, and it's 2-2.
Can I make one more comment about that series?
You can.
As noted in the superstition called the ex-Cub factor, this was the only series after 1945 until 2001 in which a team with 3 or more former members of the Cubs was able to win a World Series. And those 3 would be Don Hoke, Smokey Burgess, and Gene Baker.
Do you have in that capsule of the series what the run differential was?
Sure, hold on.
How much the Yankees outscored them by?
Pittsburgh won game 1 6-4. 16-3 game 2 Yankees.
Just inside, full count.
55-27, Gary.
55-27. So the Pirates were outscored by 28 runs.
Right.
And they won the series.
Game 2 and 3, 16-3, 10-0. Pirates win 3-2 in game 4.
Polanco deep to right center. Lagares back to the warning track at the wall. He makes it. No, he doesn't. It came off his glove. Polanco heads for third, and he'll make it safely there. Lagares got his glove on it, but couldn't make the play. And Polanco winds up with a 2-out triple.
Boy, it is so unusual to see Juan. I mean, he never missed a ball before going under last year.
And he's had several go off his glove like this year. I mean, you figure if he gets his glove on it, it's going to stick. And it hasn't gone that way this year for last year's Gold Glove center fielder. And he had to recover quickly. Otherwise, Polanco might have gone the distance. Second 2-out triple for the Pirates in this game. Marte had the first one, and he bats now. Now Harvey has given up 4 extra base hits in this game. A double, 2 triples, and a home run. And somehow, to this point, has limited the damage to just the 1 run. Oh, and 1 to Marte. And that pops outside. 1-1. Neil Walker, the on-deck batter. Matt has been anything but dominant today, but trying to live by his wiles. .98 miles an hour. Throwing hard.
Well, he wants an out.
Just doesn't have the command today.
Well, it's the big out here. You know, it's the 5th inning. We're in the middle of a ball game. It's 1-1. It's a runner on third, so he's put a little extra on it.
80th pitch coming up. And Marte fouls off again. 98. 2-2. You got 2 pitchers who know they don't have a lot of bullpen behind them today, who have had to work very hard to get to this point in a 1-1 game. It's going to be very interesting to see how this game plays out, with both teams a little shorthanded in terms of arms. And Harvey has a huge out to get, with Polanco at third and 2 out. 2-2 to Marte. And he fouls it back.
Old Hub Kittle was the pitching coach for my 80 Cardinals 82 championship season. One of the great old guys. He used to tell those pitchers on days like this, the starter, you go, you got to bull your neck.
What does that exactly mean?
I don't know.
I've heard that before.
I understood it.
Again, the 2-2. And again, fouled back. That keeps coming in at 98. And Marte keeps wasting him away. Polanco at third and 2 out. Seventh pitch of the at bat. And he misses with the slider. Full count.
It's a good battle here.
Neil Walker on deck. Three-two coming. Rolled foul.
Tell you what, Marte is having a nice at bat here. Seems to be right on Matt.
Seems like his hand is okay, doesn't it?
Yes.
His 3 games this week. Hurt his hand swinging Tuesday night. They kept him out of the starting lineup the last 2 days. Came off the bench yesterday and in the lineup today. This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat to Marte. Got him looking. A slider on the block. Harvey gets the call. Side retired. 5 strikeouts for Matt Harvey. He's gotten all the outs he's had to get. Halfway through, tied at 1. Family Sunday at Citi Field. Great shots by our guys, huh?
Yes.
Kids of all ilk, all ages.
Oh.
And all having a great time at the ballpark. Juan Lagares leads off in the home fifth. And takes a strike from Jeff Locke. Lagares 1 for 2 at a base hit back in the first inning. That's 1 run, 3 hits. The Pirates 1 run, 5 hits. And Lagares bounces one foul and Locke's ahead 0-2. That will take us to your 5th inning recap, brought to you by Chrysler. Pedro Alvarez homered for the Pirates. Travis d'Arnaud homered for the Mets. Neither a pitcher has been spectacular, but Locke and Harvey have managed to get some big outs, particularly Harvey. 1-2 to Lagares. Mattis had to work around 4 extra base hits in this game in the first 5 innings. Locke is about to throw his 80th pitch of the day. And Lagares bounces one down to Ramirez. 1 out.
Well, it is a hazy, lazy day of summer.
Get lazy.
Well, you said you were a little flat today.
Oh, we were here for 14 innings last night.
I understand.
There's so much sleep you can get. Curtis Granderson taking a curveball for a strike.
I'm just trying to give you an out.
No. You got to energize me.
Pull your neck.
That's what teammates do. Pull their necks. Granderson gets jammed and flies one out to right. And Polanco, looking through the sunglasses, grabs it for the second out. So Locke, who is still looking for his first 1-2-3 inning, retires the first 2 and now has to deal with Cespedes. Cespedes reached on the fielder's choice and drew a walk 0 for 1. His 15th game as a Met. His numbers as a Met have pretty much mirrored what he did before the trade from Detroit. Had 18 home runs when he arrived. He's hit 2 more here. 55 extra base hits now for the season. Up among the major league leaders. He takes a strike. Infield shift on against him.
He takes
ahead 0-2.
He takes a rip. He does not get cheated.
I think we've seen more shifts against right-hand batters from the Pirates in this series than we've seen from anybody.
We saw it in Tampa.
Tampa, right. The evolution of infield positioning. Off the plate, 1-2 to Cespedes. Well, the Pirates are an organization that have gone in whole hog on the analytics front.
You look at the first baseman, Alvarez, if we get another pitch here. He is anchored at first base, I think, solely because he doesn't move well. So therefore, you really expose that right side of the infield.
So you think he'd be further off the line if he moved better?
Yes.
Into the shift. Ramirez with a nice stop. The spin and the throw. Not in time.
Wow.
Cespedes beat it out. Well, Ramirez made a terrific stop, but Cespedes, running hard, beats it out for an infield hit.
Well, nice play by Ramirez. Does everything right. And every day we see something new. And they're going to challenge the call at first. The Pirates, that is, of course.
And with good reason.
Yeah, but he didn't beat it. I don't know. Oh, yeah, clearly.
So this is going to be overturned.
Clearly. I've just seen some of all the umpiring, and I know there's just the umpiring at first base has been really woeful. I've never seen so many missed calls.
And we've said this before, and you know this as a first baseman. That should be the easiest call in baseball, and they do overturn it. You've got the sound of the ball against the glove and the sound of the foot against the bag. Two distinct sounds. All you have to do is figure out which comes first. Play under review was brought to you by Mazda Driving Matters. Didn't take long for them to overturn that. On to the sixth, tied at 1. Tonight on Jets Nation Inside Camp, the crew looks at the current state of the Jets as they prepare to start the season without Geno Smith. Plus hear from Marcus Gilchrist and Buster Screen why these new additions may hold the key to the secondary success on Jets Nation Inside Camp tonight at 7, only on SNY. Neil Walker swings and misses at a first pitch curveball from Matt Harvey. Harvey had to work very hard in the 5th inning after a triple by Polanco. And now Walker, who doubled back in the first, one of 4 extra base hits for the Pirates today. And Harvey gets ahead 0-2. Ramos Ramirez and Pedro Alvarez to follow. Hello. First game.
You have no idea what's in store for you. You're already got your Met pajamas on. Oh.
A lifetime of fandom ahead. Start him young.
That might be the next Ed Kranepool, next Travis Darno. They got to come somewhere.
Keith Hernandez.
That's what my dad used to tell my brother and I in a Little League team. Grab us all together at the first meeting. Some time ago, Willie Mays was just your age. Mickey Mantle, Whitey Ford, Bob Gibson. Why not make it you?
And look what happened.
I bought into it.
Just inside to Walker, 2-2.
No, I can't say that story and be contemporary because I'm talking about my life experience there.
No, but the next generation of Little League coach said, well, somebody here could be the next Keith Hernandez.
Or Barry Bonds or Mr. McCutcheon, Duane Cespedes. Everybody was a little youngster once before. Many are called, few are chosen. Is that what the word is? I forget what that term, how that term goes.
That's right. You got it. You got that. 3-2 coming. Walker hammers it foul. Harvey walked his leadoff batter in the 5th inning. He had gone 33 straight innings without issuing a walk. It was a Cologne-esque streak. Would love to avoid walking Walker here to start the 6th. Now up over 90 pitches. Walker pulls it. Kadire smothers it, and he'll get up and make the play himself. One terrific out turned by Michael Kadire.
I'll say right there, that's a leadoff double, and Harvey in trouble. Nice play. No, not a first baseman by trade. Very nicely done. It was robbed.
When you make that diving play, you start with your glove on the ground. Is that
well? I'm a backhand down the line,
right?
So it's a whole different.
But say you're diving to your right.
Yeah.
Does your glove start on the ground?
It depends where the ball is. You can anticipate a bounce. This one you would stay down. The ball, you're going to get a short hop. See, so you know it's going to be. You got to get your glove down. You can do all that reading while you're going towards the ball.
Ramirez laces one to center. Lagares backhands it, and Ramirez will stop at first with his second hit of the day. So 1 out and 1 on. Let's check in with the studio. Jonas Schwartz has a game break brought to you by Honda. Adam Jones, Manny Machado, Chris Davis. The Orioles are going to be a force to contend with those two games in the bandbox at Camden Yards. Here's Pedro Alvarez, who's responsible for the only Pirate run today, a home run to center field back in the 2nd. Not a single inning has been easy for Matt Harvey. He's had base runners in every inning.
There's how low he gets to the ground. 3/4, almost over the top. It's a different angle. It's about the same. There's no giveaway there. It's like a breaking ball.
And now Harvey behind Alvarez 2-0. And there's some stirring around in the Mets bullpen, and we're going to get some action going.
I think he might be getting a little tired. A very hot day.
Eric O'Flaherty will be the first man up. Mets are going to have to use their bullpen a little differently today. One guy you know is not available is Hansel Robles after he went 3 innings last night. 2-1 to Alvarez. But at this point, if the Mets can nurse Harvey through this 6th inning, that might be it. Last night, Gil Martin went 2, Robles went 3. Nobody else went more than 1. But Clippard has worked the last 2 days. Familia's worked the last 2 days. Carlos Torres has worked the last 2 days. 2-2 to Alvarez. Ramirez at first and 1 out. 2-2 to Alvarez. And he pops it foul. Well, that'll go out of play.
Well, we're going to take a look at Matt here and watch his concentration. His head never loses sight. Well, his head and eyes never lose sight of the target. That doesn't sound right. His eyes never lose sight of the target. He's always got his head right on the target.
Keeps it still the whole way through.
Yep. Ed can't see the target.
Struck him out. Harvey fans Alvarez with a curveball, strikeout number 6.
99th pitch. And you're right, Garrett. It was a slider. I thought it was a changeup. Took something off, got him out in front.
So 2 out. Ramirez still at first. What a job Matt has done with runners on base today. He has responded to every challenge so far. Now Travis Ishikawa, who's lined out and struck out 0 for 2. And he takes the changeup low and away, and he went around on the half swing.
Really?
Tom Davidson with the call. So Matt is now at 100 pitches working in the 6th inning. So you have to figure this is his last go round. Pulled toward the hole, and that's a base hit for Ishikawa. Ramirez will pull in at second. So Ishikawa has his first hit of the series, and the Pirates have 2 men on.
First time the Pirates have got 2 hits in an inning. Dan Warthen's going to come out and just give Matt a breather and tell him, hey, collect yourself here, 1 more out to get.
Now, this is always a danger point for Matt. Even in his greatest days from the start of his career, after the 100 pitch plateau, he has struggled. He's got 1 big batter to get out now, and a guy who's been a thorn in the Mets side in this series, Chris Stewart.
Well, Stewart started in the first game, that 10th inning, with a base hit. That started that 2-run rally in the 10th. And last night, the game winner, the game-winning hit in the 14th.
He's 0 for 2 today, struck out and hit into a fielder's choice. Ramirez at second, Ishikawa at first with 2 out. And that's fouled away, 0-1. Keep in mind, you've got Ramirez running at second, who is not running particularly well. And if Stewart pulls a base hit to left, you got Cespedes in that cannon to try and throw him out of the plate.
You got the weakest arm in the outfield is Granderson in right. He's playing very shallow. Lagares still got a good arm even with the bum wing.
And Stewart lines 1 to right, but Granderson's right there playing shallow to make the shoestring catch and end the inning. Curtis hesitated ever so slightly, but reels it in before it can hit a blade of grass. And Matt Harvey sidesteps another problem in the 6th inning. What a job of game management by Matt Harvey on a day that he was not at the in his hands after the Mets lost the first 2 games to the Pirates. It has not been Matt's most dominant day. Gave up a home run early to Alvarez, and Travis d'Arnaud tied it. There have been plenty of hits for the Pirates, but some big outs to cheer for Matt Harvey today. That young fan is ready to make a lifetime of it. Does Matt have another inning in him? 103 pitches through 6 innings. There's your People's United Bank starting pitchers today. Jeff Locke has had to work hard as well, particularly back in the first inning when he threw 26 pitches. Juan Uribe leads off in the 6th. Uribe's flied out and popped up 0 for 2. Two teams have played 24 innings the last 2 days. And on a hot day, the starters being pressed. The ball and a strike to Uribe with Murphy and Kadire to follow. Mets only 3 hits today against Locke. Pirates with 7 against Harvey. You can talk all you want about strikeout ratios and walks and hits per innings pitched. All important. But getting outs when you need them, more important. 2-2 to Uribe. And Matt Harvey has certainly done that today.
His opposite number. Jeff Locke throwing a good ball game. Only 3 hits he's given up.
3-2 to Uribe. Doesn't draw a lot of walks. And Locke doesn't walk many. 2 today, one of those intentional. 3-2 coming. And Uribe takes strike 3 called. He didn't think so, but the young home plate umpire David Rackley rings him up.
Rackley is a pitcher's umpire.
5 strikeouts for Jeff Locke.
The question was whether it was high.
Yeah, I think that's what Uribe thought.
It's a strike to my book, Gary.
One out. Here's Daniel Murphy. And he takes ball 1. Are we having a sun shower?
Yes, I guess we are.
Raindrops falling in the sunshine. Murphy hits one up the middle, a base hit. So Murph, who had his 10-game hitting streak stopped last night, was 0 for 2 today, but he struck that ball hard for the Mets' 4th hit of the day.
I think it's hard to keep Murph down for long.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Michael Kadire, who's been up twice and grounded out both times. And Ray Searage, the pitching coach, out for a conversation as the Pirates get their bullpen cranking for the first time, with Locke up to 96 pitches on the afternoon. Archimedes Caminero, who's made quite an impression in this series, is up again as a little light rain falls.
It will pass. Here, it's a blip on the radar.
Today on an all-new Mets Insider, former Mets making a name for themselves, coaching the game they love. Get an inside look at their journey to the top and how they're making a difference both on and off the field. On Mets Insider, presented by W.B. Mason, today after the postgame, only on SNY. Well, maybe you don't have to run home and water your plants after all. 1 out and 1 on for Kadire. And a check swing foul. Only 3 times this year has Jeff Locke thrown 100 pitches or more in a game. And he's up to 97 now. So even though he's pitched awfully well, the Pirates are a little wary at this point. Bobby Parnell up in the Mets bullpen. Don't know yet whether Harvey's going to get a chance to start the 7th. Kadire pulling off that pitch, and now it's raining a little harder.
It'll pass.
I have no doubt. Just talking about right now. It's raining a little harder.
Interesting. I left my windows cracked. My window's cracked an inch.
Dyer moves out of the way, 1-2. I was more concerned about the plants, but now you've raised a different issue.
There is only rain right in this little neighborhood right now, Garrett.
What a neighborhood it is. 1-2 from Locke, and Dyer lunging for the changeup, fouls it off. So that's 100 pitches now for Locke. He was just 88 in his last start in St. Louis. Murphy at first with one out. This is certainly cooling down a hot afternoon. Murphy runs the pitch inside and low, and it hits Dyer, and the Mets have two men on. Murph had the base stolen anyway, and Dyer hit by the pitch. Another guy hit on the foot.
On the back foot.
He had two of those last night. Murph sliding into the wet dirt. And that's going to be it for Locke. After hitting Dyer, he'll exit, and the 100-mile-an-hour throwing Caminero will come on.
How about that?
We have a little thunder. And Verizon. Forecast. We had sunny skies darting in and out from behind clouds. Everything's cool in Manhattan, but it's raining in Queens, and it's raining hard.
Just a little tiny little blob hanging right over Flushing.
Well, the umpires decided to cover the field when that big thunderclap came, and Travis d'Arnaud was waiting to hit, and this was his reaction. He headed for cover, and so did everybody else as the umpires opted to cover the field at that point. And that's when it just began to pour. The heavens have opened up, and it's raining very hard right now. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture. Shop for untouchable values at the touch of a button at mybobs.com. By Delta Dugout, sign up today at Mets.com/Delta Dugout. And by Verizon, don't miss a moment of Mets baseball on the largest, most reliable 4G LTE network, only from Verizon. Friday, September 18th is Free Shirt Friday at Citi Field. The Mets take on the Yankees in the first game of the Subway Series at Citi Field. All fans in attendance will receive a New York T-shirt courtesy of Affinity Health Plan. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Friday. Well, Matt Harvey did not have his greatest stuff today. 6 innings. He had base runners in every inning, gave up 4 extra base hits, but somehow survived with only 1 run against him.
I don't think he's thrown that badly. A very hot day, sultry day here. This is a upgrade in competition. It's a pretty good ball club, pretty good lineup. 7 hits in 6 innings. He's given up more hits in innings. That's unusual. 1 walk. He got his outs when he's needed to. So it's a game where he hasn't been dominant, but he pitches in and out of jams.
And at 103 pitches, I would think the rain delay pretty much takes away any chance of him coming back in this game now for the 7th.
I thought that he was going to come back in the 7th, try to get 1 more out of him, only because of the 2 extra inning ball games the last 2 nights. But I think with this rain right now, you can forget about it.
The rain delay should not last too long. If you look at the radar, there's only just a little patch of rain. Keith kept saying it's going to pass.
It will pass.
It will pass.
I'm worried about
it always does.
I'm worried about my car. The windows are open a little bit.
There are the standings in the NL East. You can send somebody down to roll up the windows for you.
Well,
that's 4.5 up on the Nats, who play in San Francisco, trying to avoid a sweep today. Well, the Mets have a 9-game road trip coming up, 2 in Baltimore. Mets swept 2 from the Orioles here earlier this year, but the Orioles really hitting home runs right now and playing in that small ballpark in Baltimore. And then the Mets go to another hitter's park in Colorado. Mets swept 4 from the Rockies this past week. They've got 3 with Colorado, then 4 in Philadelphia, where the Phillies have been playing much better since the break. And I wonder when the Mets get to Philadelphia, will Chase Utley still be there? The Phillies have been trying to trade him away, and he's been getting some hits, hit a home run yesterday, and maybe Utley will be finally moved.
Well, he got off to that terrible first half where he was on the interstate forever. The veteran, you hate to kind of see guys' careers coming to an end, but he's pulled out of it, and he has some value. The problem is the money issue. The Phillies are going to have to eat some of it, I would believe, but there could always be trades made after the deadline. There's always that waiver. They find a way to unload people.
Well, what's interesting about the Phillies is, the Mets faced them earlier in the year and they looked like a tattered team. But now the younger players, Maikel Franco, Odubel Herrera, Cesar Hernandez, these guys are all playing well, and they played better for Pete Mackanin.
Well, they looked terrible in the first part of the year. They didn't pitch. They were probably one of the worst pitching staffs in the National League, and you just sit there and you wonder, how are they doing it? Well, when you put an infusion of young youth in there and a little bit of excitement, and it kind of energizes the older players, and they've turned their season around a bit. It's too late, but nonetheless there's progress.
But it means there'll be better competition for the Mets when they go there. It's a big 9-game road trip that starts Tuesday night in Baltimore. SNY Super Slow Motion brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Tarp on the field. It's raining. A 1-1 game in the 6th. We'll be waiting here for the game to resume. But after this break, we'll take you back to the studio. Jonas Schwartz and Jim Duquette.
fresh. Granderson plays every day. It's nice to be able to give him a spell.
And it might be that within a week or two he's got another piece to the puzzle, because David Wright could be coming back. He's working hard on rehab down in St. Lucie, and as we said last night, nobody knows how many at-bats, how many games he needs to be fully ready to come back and play with his back condition. But certainly David has every intention of being back in the lineup sometime in the very near future.
And what Whitey Herzog told me a long time ago, injuries force you to play your bench, thus it depletes your bench. So when you're healthy, what does it do? It's just the opposite. It increases your bench. You're stronger on your bench, and it gives Terry moves to make late in the ball game. Good guys to come off the bench. Tight games late to pinch hit. And with the moves that Sandy made, you've got Uribe and Kelly Johnson, veteran hitters. They're nice to have on your bench to come in late.
Well, the Mets offense has been very dependent on the home run of late. They're going to be facing Archimedes Caminero for the third straight day. Caminero's made quite an impression in his first two appearances in this series.
He's one of those rubber-armed pitchers, or Latino pitchers, that I just love his stuff. Hard thrower.
Bobby Parnell getting ready to pitch in the seventh inning. So we're set to get back underway. Mets have runners at first and second and one out. Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. He's had a big day already. Hit a home run in the second for the Mets' only run. Doubled down the left field line in the fourth. Murphy at second. Kadire at first and one out. And here we go. Caminero pitching to d'Arnaud. And he gets the breaking ball in for a strike. 0-1.
Well, to get a base hit here, and Mets take the lead. It makes Matt Harvey the pitcher of record.
42 minutes on the rain delay, and back underway. And Caminero runs that in on d'Arnaud, and it's 0-2.
Always when you have a rain delay, no matter how long it is, in this case, Gary, 40+ minutes, whether it's 40+ minutes or 3 hours, it's hard to get back into the flow of the game if you're an everyday player. It's really got to be, if you're the first hitter, you really got to bear down.
(0-2) coming to d'Arnaud, and the slider off the plate. Caminero pitched the ninth inning each of the last 2 days. 2 innings combined, gave up only one broken bat hit to Anthony Recker. Walked a batter in yesterday's game, but thrust into a situation here where he comes in with a couple of inherited runners on after Jeff Locke went 5 1/3. Ruben Tejada on deck. 1-2 to d'Arnaud. And Travis takes strike three, called 99 miles an hour, and he inspects it for strike three.
Knees black, outside corner with mustard. He wanted it inside. Oh, it's right down the middle.
So 2 out and 2 on. It's left to Ruben Tejada. Ruben has struck out and been intentionally walked. 0 for 1. Jeff Locke threw 101 pitches in 5 1/3, allowed 4 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and hoping Caminero can save him the couple of men on base that are his responsibility. And Ruben goes after first pitch cutter, 0-1. In Atlanta this afternoon, Shelby Miller carried a no-hitter into the 8th inning against Arizona, gave up a leadoff hit to Nick Ahmed, and now the Diamondbacks have tied that game 1-1 in the 8th. Toward the middle of the diamond, but Walker stationed perfectly and gets the force to end the inning. So Caminero comes in, gets 2 big outs, and we go to the 7th, tied at 1. As we go to the 7th inning, Bobby Parnell takes over the pitching for New York.
Well, Bobby pitched in the first game of the series and got the loss in that 2-run 10th. Both runs charged to him, gave up 3 base hits in a row, didn't get anybody out.
He'll face 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Pedro Florimon leads off. Michael Morse out on deck to pinch hit, and then Gregory Polanco for the Pirates in the 7th. So Matt Harvey goes 6 innings, allows 1 run, 7 hits, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. And here is a remarkable piece of statistical information from our friend Eric Hornick. It's the 16th time in his career already that Matt has allowed 1 run or no runs and not gotten a win. Now, just for some perspective, 16 times that's happened to Matt. He's given up 1 run or fewer and not gotten a win. Dwight Gooden in his Mets career, and Dwight pitched 11 years for the Mets, had only 15 times where that happened. Gave up 1 run or fewer and didn't get a win. So Matt has been an extraordinarily ill-supported pitcher during his relatively brief major league career.
Early in his career.
16 times.
I know.
I mean, he's got 23 wins in his career. And that's 16 that were on the table that the Mets did not support him well enough for him to get.
I think he would have loved that 86 lineup.
Florimon takes outside 2-2. Florimon drew a walk against Harvey leading off the 5th. Matt had traffic all day. He gave up 4 extra base hits, 7 hits in all, a couple of leadoff base runners, but he was able to get the big out time and time again. And that's just off the plate, and Parnell runs a full count to Florimon. Final in Toronto, Blue Jays beat the Yankees 3-1 to salvage the finale of that series and move within a half game of the Yankees. Drew Hutchison gets another win. And there's ball 4, and not the beginning that Parnell wanted. After his rough outing the other night, he walks the leadoff hitter this time, and he'll face Michael Morse with a man on.
Interesting that Clint Hurdle would stay with Morris as a pinch hitter. Morris, excuse me. 1-1 ball game. 1-1 ball game, excuse me, here in the 7th. More of a all or nothing hitter, Morse, at this stage of his career.
Morse has had 4 plate appearances in this series, 0 for 1 with 2 walks and a hit by pitch, so he's been on base 3 times out of 4.
Kind of takes away the surprise here. You know, there's no chance in a blue moon for Morse to be bunting the runner over.
Morse 2 for 7 in his career against Parnell.
Doesn't run well. Ground ball, double play guy.
Well, the Mets walking Florimon to lead off innings twice in this game. A lifetime 201 hitter. That's not a good formula for success. Kadire holding him on, and Morse takes off the plate. Ball 1. It's going to be very interesting to see who Terry Collins has and does not have available today. Clippard's worked the last 2 days. Torres has worked the last 2 days. Familia's worked the last 2 days. Robles worked 3 yesterday. Back to Parnell. And he throws it into center field. On to third goes Florimon. Tejada was dashing across the bag, and the throw got by. And the Pirates get a huge break on what should have been an easy double play.
Well, Parnell does the right thing. He throws to the bag. Is there some confusion between Murph and Tejada?
Well, Murph was making some kind of gesture as
Tejada
was running for the bag. And
Parnell could have did a crow hop and give it a little more time. I know Murph was calling, of course, again. He wants in on everything, but I don't think it had any effect on Tejada not getting there.
Well, the middle infielders are supposed to know before the pitch is thrown who's responsible for covering.
Precisely.
Well, it's an error charge to Parnell, but clearly it's somebody's fault, either Murphy's or Tejada's, for not being there. not Parnell's. He threw it right to the base. So Sean Rodriguez runs for Morris at first base. First and third, nobody out, and Gregory Polanco the batter.
Red hot Polanco.
Hit a triple his last time up, and he lines one into center field, and the Pirates take the lead. Florimon comes in to score, and so the miscommunication, whatever you want to call it, cost the Mets big time as Pittsburgh goes in front 2-1.
Well, Polanco's had himself quite a series. He's now driven in a run and an important runs in every game.
7 for 15 in this series. And that's one of those where you're going to have to do the forensics after the game to find out what was supposed to happen. But that should have been a 1-6-3 double play. 2 out and nobody on. Instead, the Pirates able to cash a run, and now a chance for a whole lot more. First and second, nobody out, and Starling Marte the batter.
I think it was Tejada's play all the way, and I do think that Parnell could have taken a bit of a little hesitation, let Tejada get there. He did throw it to the bag.
The confusing part to me was the hand gesture Murphy was making. Marte lifts one to right center.
That'll advance the runner.
Rodriguez tags at second, and he'll move up after Granderson's catch, so he's at third with 1 out.
I don't think Murph's waving of it. We don't know what the heck he was waving at. It's another one for
watch what Murph does here. He's gesturing with his right arm. I don't know what that is.
But Tejada never even looked at him. He had no effect on Tejada getting to the bag.
Well, the little things that cost you games. Eric O'Flaherty up in the Mets bullpen. Now Neil Walker with first and third and 1 out. Parnell with some heavy lifting to do here to keep this a 1-run game. Walker's 1 for 3. He was robbed of a hit by Kadyr's last time up. Made a diving stop along the line.
Mets playing for a double play. If you're Polanco, you stay put, leave that hole for Walker, with Kadir having to hold the runner on.
Well, the difference in this series so far has been offensive execution. The Mets have scored only via the home run. The Pirates have been able to execute offensively. They were able to do that in extra innings both on Friday night and last night.
Pirates have had some clutch hitting late, Gary.
Slowly hit a foul ball. And it's 0-2 to Walker. But you go back to the 10th inning Friday night when they got the insurance run on the Ramirez sacrifice fly. That was huge and allowed them to hang on and win.
They've executed.
Mets botched the fielder's choice when Murphy threw to third last night, and now another botched play on the middle infield.
It's a big run out there to get in for Walker.
Parnell ahead 0-2. And he comes inside. Ramos Ramirez waiting on deck. Rodriguez the pinch runner at third. Polanco at first. Walker fouls back the fastball.
Big out right here. I'm speaking the obvious, but it is.
Parnell put himself in jeopardy with a walk to the number 8 hitter. And it's all tumbled down from there.
On an upstairs fastball. See if they go back to it.
Polanco at first, 20 stolen bases this year. Pirates had 3 runners caught stealing in the game last night.
Another fastball.
And Walker holds the swing, 2-2. 96 from Parnell. That's about where he has topped out. When he first came back from the Tommy John surgery, he was throwing more 91, 92. Gaining a little velocity as the weeks go by. Not the 100-mile-an-hour guy he was before. 2-2 to Walker. And that one pops away from d'Arnaud. Here comes Rodriguez, and he scores, and the Pirates have a 2-run lead.
I believe that's going to be a pass ball, Gary. That did not hit the dirt.
So the Mets, after this rain delay, not executing well, and just a boxed pitch that will be scored a pass ball, allowing Rodriguez to score the second run of the inning.
Just missed it.
So now 2 runs home in the inning. Polanco at second with 1 out. A 3-2 count to Walker. And he keeps the at-bat alive. Well, you talked about it, Keith. Concentration after a rain delay. Mets seem to have lost theirs here in this top of the 7th.
Well, I don't know if they've lost theirs. It's just the Pirates have come out swinging. The leadoff walks always hurt.
And there's another walk. Second of the inning for Parnell. So you got 2 walks, the botched play at second base, a pass ball, only 1 hit in the inning. And Dan Warthen will make a trip to the mound. And the Mets have O'Flaherty up. But you got right-hand hitters coming up. Right-hand hitter in Ramirez. Then you got the lefties in Alvarez and Ishikawa. 20 pitches deep in this inning, and Parnell has himself a big-time mess on his hands. And Murphy still talking over that throw to second base that went into center field.
Well, the big veteran bat up here, the chance to bust this game open.
Ramirez 2 for 3 today, single to right, single to center. Polanco at second, Walker at first with 1 out, 2 runs home here in the 7th. Breaking ball well off the plate. Hit hard toward the hole, base hit. Polanco to third. He's being waved home. He'll challenge Cespedes. The throw is up the line and goes all the way to the backstop. And now racing for the plate.
Oh,
and,
terrible.
Coming up short is Walker. And Parnell puts a tag on him. The ball took a carom off the backstop. And Walker got a little overly aggressive. But the Pirates get a run on the base hit by Ramirez to make it 4-1.
Terrible base running by Walker. Can't do this. Hanging slider ripped by Ramirez. And this throw from Cespedes is a little bit of a rainbow. And he didn't get anything on it. Bad throw home. No one's backing up. A very fortuitous carom. And Walker, it can't happen. This can't happen.
So it's a base hit, an RBI for Ramirez. Walker is out 2-1 at the plate. D'Arnaud to Parnell. And for his second straight appearance, Bobby Parnell gets booed off the mound and heads off to the dugout as Eric O'Flaherty will take over. 3 runs home for the Pirates in the 7th. O'Flaherty coming on. We'll be right back. Eric O'Flaherty in to face Pedro Alvarez, and he gets a first pitch strike. O'Flaherty's 4th appearance for the Mets, hasn't pitched since Tuesday night against Colorado after coming over in the trade from Oakland. Let's make a double switch. Wilmer Flores into play shortstop. He'll bat 9th. O'Flaherty hits 8th as Tejada came out. 3 runs home for the Pirates here in the 7th. And Alvarez takes low and away 1-1. Well, here's Cespedes' throw.
Well, it's a wet field, and maybe he was a wet ball, but this is not a good throw. And Parnell's not backing up. And the Mets are very fortunate that Walker, the veteran, makes a very poor choice here. It would have been 2nd and 3rd, 1 out with a chance for a really, really big inning.
Well, in a little bit of Walker's defense, he got no help at all from his third base coach. Rick Sofield was standing and watching the play and not gesturing at all when Walker came around third.
But the play was in Walker's view as he's rounding. It's, so it was Walker's ultimate choice. But he does need help there from the third base coach.
Meltdown inning for the Mets. 3 runs home on 2 hits. Alvarez pokes one down the left field line, and that's going to fall for a base hit. That'll bring in Ramirez with the 4th run of the inning. Alvarez stopping at first base. He'll settle for an RBI single, his 2nd run batted into the day. And the Mets, after the rain delay, have seen their hopes dampened.
Just a little Texas opposite field Texas leaguer. And that one hurts.
5-1 Pittsburgh. 4 runs home in the inning, all charged to Bobby Parnell. And now Ishikawa, who's 1 for 3. Well, the Mets got 7 scoreless innings from their bullpen last night before Sean Gilmartin finally gave up the 2 runs in the 14th. But you'd have to say at this point that the bullpen is becoming a concern. Little topper who's going to play it. Nobody covering first. Confusion between O'Flaherty and Kadire. Nobody covered first base, and Ishikawa has an infield hit.
It's just one of those balls that are hit. Murph's coming over, and Kadire a little bit of indecision. We got a lot of people out of position, Gare, so the defense has been glaring today.
This is as ugly an inning as the Mets have had in a long, long time. Passed balls, errors, walks, poor communication. Ninth man up is Chris Stewart, who's 0 for 3 today. He was the last man Harvey retired to get out of trouble in the 6th. And while Harvey escaped trouble the entire afternoon, trouble has had a bullseye on the back of Bobby Parnell and Eric O'Flaherty.
All 4 runs are charged to Bob. That closes the book on him.
Pedro Florimon, who led off this inning with a walk, is now on deck. And that's where it all started to melt down. Parnell was ahead in the count against the number 8 hitter, a lifetime 201 hitter, and he walked him. And the Pirates have put up a 4 spot. Slow ground ball. Murphy waits on it, and the 3rd out finally recorded, but not before the Pirates put up 4 runs in an ugly, ugly inning for the New York Mets. Parnell throwing one into center field, poor communication. Base hit scores a run. Pass ball scores another run. Base hit scores another run. And so it went. By Mr. Softy. Go visit your certified vendor Mr. Softy truck in your local neighborhood. By Optimum, presenting Mets games in crystal clear HD. By Lexus, the first ever Lexus NX Turbo, go beyond utility. By Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market. And by Hospital for Special Surgery, the official hospital of the New York Mets. Mets are back in action Tuesday night at Camden Yards against the Orioles, who've scored 18 runs today. Our coverage begins Tuesday night at 6 o'clock right here on SNY. A 42-minute rain delay changed the nature of this game. Mets came back. They had a couple of men on. Quickly were retired in the bottom of the 6th, and then the Pirates put up 4 runs against the Mets bullpen in a dreadful inning in the top of the 7th. Now Antonio Bastardo will pitch the bottom of the 7th for the Pirates.
Bastardo pitched in the first game of the series. Did a clean 1 inning, a 1-hit ball.
He was the only Pirate reliever who didn't pitch last night. Sean Rodriguez stays in the game at first base after pinch running. Starling Marte moves from center field to left field, and Andrew McCutchen, who was getting the day off, now comes in for defense to play center field. Wilmer Flores, who just came into the double switch, will lead off for the Mets at the bottom of the 7th.
Only 1 run has been given up by this Pirate bullpen, and that was given up by Melanson in the first 9.
Well, here's a remarkable statistic with Archimedes Caminero, now pitcher of record, on the long side. The Pirates bullpen has now won 15 consecutive decisions. Now, decisions for the bullpen generally don't mean anything, but it gives you an idea just how much they have outpitched opposition bullpens when you consider that the 15 straight decisions won by the Pirate bullpen is the longest such streak in the major leagues since 1909. 106 years. So Clint Hurdle's bullpen has partly been in the right place at the right time and partly done an extraordinary job. Wilmer Flores up for the first time. Flores 1 for 6 in this series. And he swings and misses at Bastardo's fastball, 0-1. Flores, Lagares, and Granderson for the Mets. See if they can rebound from their worst inning in some time. And that's on the corner, 0-2. Well, the Mets got swept in the season series by the Cubs. They're in danger of being swept in the season series by the Pirates. Did a relatively better job against the Cardinals. 1-2 to Flores. One-two from Bastardo, and it's fouled away. I wonder, and we'd have to dive back into the archives to find this out, if the Mets have ever had a season where they got swept in the season series by 2 different teams in their own league. I mean, you know, you might get swept in an interleague series where you only play 2 or 3 games, but 0-7 against the Cubs and in danger of finishing the year 0-6 against the Pirates.
More importantly, 2 playoff bound teams, it looks like.
Certainly seems that way. Cubs are winning again today. They just don't lose anymore. And Flores lifts one foul.
Well, the Cubs are certainly going through a hot streak right now, that's for sure.
Let me amend that. The Cubs are trailing today. They're down 3-0 to the White Sox in the 7th against Chris Sale. But they've won 9 in a row and 16 of their last 17, Chicago. Game and a half behind the Pirates. Those 2 teams in the top 2 wild card spots. 4.5 free of the Giants, who are next. Two and 2 to Flores. Bastardo worked on Friday night. Worked the 8th inning, gave up no runs, 1 hit. A former Philly. 7th pitch of the at bat, and Flores pops it up. Walker out, Polanco in. Walker will take charge of it. 1 out. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Juan Lagares up for the 4th time. Lagares led off the first inning with a base hit. Since then he struck out and grounded out. The Pirates 5 runs, 11 hits. The Mets 1 run and 4 hits. By the way, those 4 runs charged to Parnell in the top of the 7th. 2 earned, 2 unearned. All hurt. Ball 1 to Lagares.
And he would be the pitcher of record that would suffer his 2nd loss in this series. The Mets got 3 cracks left at the Pirates.
Pirates yesterday got 7 2/3 scoreless innings out of their bullpen in their 14-inning win. 1-2 to Lagares. Meanwhile, the Nationals are underway in San Francisco. No score in the second. That's Joe Ross for the Nats and Madison Bumgarner for the Giants, who are trying to sweep a 4-game series and hand the Nats their 6th straight loss.
Cardinals are losing.
Bastardo strikes out Lagares for the second out.
Slider in the dirt.
So 2 out and nobody on. Well, we've talked a lot about the Mets record when they score 4. They're 45-7. Look at the Pirates record, 52-9. Team that, like the Mets, has outstanding pitching and a better bullpen.
When you have good pitching and you score runs, you're going to win. You're going to have records like that.
Anderson 0 for 3 today. Been a rough series for Curtis. 1 for 12 in the 3 games. So the Mets are going to Baltimore, and the Orioles are up 18-2 on the A's going to the 8th inning.
Well, maybe they got it out of their system.
Maybe. Adam Jones 2 home runs today. And Bastardo's got his slider working. He's ahead on Granderson 0-2.
Well, it took a little air out of the sails, did it not? A very quiet, hush crowd.
Well, the Mets have not fared well with rain delays at home in recent weeks. They had that horrible loss to the Padres where they blew a 6-run lead, where they had the 2 rain delays in the 9th inning. Today, a tie game when the rains came, and in short order, the Mets found themselves 4 runs behind. Most of the crowd, though, still here, hoping the Mets can rally. 2-2 to Granderson. Yoenis Cespedes would be next. Two from Bastardo, and it's on the outside corner. Granderson caught looking, and Bastardo has a 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th with a couple of strikeouts. On to the 8th. Mets down 5-1. Eighth inning, Eric O'Flaherty deals a strike to Pedro Florimon, who was where all the trouble began for the Mets in the seventh. Bobby Parnell got ahead of him 1-2, lost him to a walk. Florimon eventually scored the go-ahead run, and the Pirates scored 4 in that seventh inning. O'Flaherty came in, gave up a couple of soft hits before getting the final out in the seventh. Pirates now with 11 hits on the afternoon. And Florimon bounces one down to Kadire for one easy out. Well, in that game in Baltimore, we mentioned Baltimore up 18-2. Pitching the bottom of the eighth for your Oakland Athletics, number 17, Ike Davis. Second time this year, I believe, that Ike has gone to the mound. Remember, he was a pitching and hitting star at Arizona State. Here's Sean Rodriguez up for the first time. Pinch ran and scored in the seventh, stayed in at first base. Rodriguez, the play everywhere guy for the Pirates. And he drills one down the line. He's got himself an extra base hit. So O'Flaherty, who specializes in getting lefties out, really struggles against the righties and gives up a double to Rodriguez.
Hanging curveball right down the middle and hit thusly.
Thus and such. So the 12th hit for the Pirates, and now Gregory Polanco having himself quite a weekend. Polanco a triple and a single drove in the go-ahead run in the seventh inning. He is 7 for 15 in the series and just tearing it up. Remember, Polanco came up last year with great fanfare and got off to an amazing start. He was hitting, he was throwing people out, he was making great catches, and then he hit a wall about 100 at bats in and ended up back in the minor leagues. Started this season rather slow, but he has really turned on the jets the last month or so. Tops this one. O'Flaherty off the mound, bobbles it, and lost the play. Wow. Boy, the wheels have completely fallen off for the Mets today.
That's going to be an error. It's got to be an error. Boy, the roof is caved in. Just didn't bend down at the knees. And I tell you what, hustling. The Pirates are hustling. Polanco hustled down that line.
Mets are going to challenge the call at first base.
I think he might be out.
Well, did Kadire stay on the bag? We'll see. First base umpire Jeff Kellogg made the safe call. Here's the play.
He's on the bag.
Yeah, looks like he's out. So the Mets might win this challenge. They might save O'Flaherty an error.
Another call at first base.
Play under review brought to you by Mazda. Driving matters. Well, Polanco thought he was safe. The umpire said he was safe, but it's the umpires in New York who are going to have the final say. Already had one call reversed in favor of the Pirates today. Ted Barrett's crew and Mike Winter's crew in their final day in the bunker today, making these replay calls.
Well, Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, has had a really heck of a time today at first base.
Well, had the reversal on the ball Cespedes hit, where he was called safe and it was overruled. And let's see, and they say he's out, so the call is overturned. Mets win their challenge, and so it's a 1-3 putout. And now Terry Collins is going to make a pitching change with the right-hand hitter Marte coming up. He wants Carlos Torres in the game for the third straight day. So with a runner at third and 2 out, Mets make a pitching change in favor of Torres. 5-1 Pirates. Will be right back. called in bat 8th where the pitcher was, and Carlos Torres goes in the 2 spot in the order as Granderson comes out. Third straight day for Torres.
Yes, Carlos pitched last night. He was the first reliever of Nice. Came in, had a nice 7th inning. And basically, Terry's going to have to go to him the rest of this Wago.
That's why he double switched. I think he needs for Torres to finish this game for him.
You want to keep Clippard out of this game, Familia out of this game. Gil Martin threw 2 innings yesterday, did he not?
Robles threw 3.
Yep, so you want to rest them.
Well, he went to Parnell as his first man after Harvey threw 103 pitches in 6 innings, and then there was a rain delay, so there was no way Matt could come back, and Parnell just did not have it for the 2nd straight outing. Here's Marte with a runner at 3rd and 2 out, and he takes the cutter off the plate for ball 1. Marte 1 for 4. He tripled off the glove of Lagares in right center back in the 3rd. And he chases that cutter, and it's 1-1. Meanwhile, Flaherty has struggled in his brief tenure as a Met. He goes an inning today, gives up 3 hits.
So it would be 1 inning plus, which is my configuration when someone doesn't complete an inning.
See, I only say 1 inning plus if he pitches an inning and then pitches another inning where he gets nobody out. See, because he got 1 out in the 7th and 2 in the 8th. That's a little different.
We differ.
Yeah.
When I do 6U3 on double plays and you do 6-6-3 on double plays.
I do.
I like the unassisted.
Well, you know, when the official score announces the 6-6-3 double play, or let's say when he announced the 4-6-3 double play,
right,
he'll say 4-6-6-3.
Really?
Yes. Because there's an assist and a put out.
Yes, there is.
Guy in the
yes.
Right.
Yes. Right.
So it's all a matter of semantics, right? 2-2 to Marte, and it's foul back.
You don't have anybody giving you a hard time with that way you
I have
score it.
one person who's a little obsessed with that notion. Yeah.
So he would be on my side. He would like the 6U3.
No, he just wants 6-3. He doesn't want any part of the U.
Oh, really? So the U's unassisted.
But it's not unassisted because he stepped on the bag and then he threw. So he got to put out and an assist. Slowly hit. Flores charging. Tough play. Marte beats it, and that brings in another run.
Wow, Marte can fly.
So just 2 slowly hit for Flores to throw him out. Marte picks up an RBI with his 2nd hit of the day, and it's 6-1 Pittsburgh.
Boy, this game is just had their drawers blown off. That's all. The rain delay, and it's gone all the Pirates' way. And look at the hustle here. Can he run? And he gets himself an RBI out of that hustle. Yep.
Well, the answer might be never to have another rain delay in the middle of a game at Citi Field.
There was no rain anywhere in sight. It just kind of clustered. Came out of nowhere.
Into every life, a little rain must fall.
So that run charged to a Flaherty, and that closes his book.
Two and 0 to Neil Walker, who's doubled and walked today, 1 for 3. Pirates now with 6 runs and 13 hits. Aramis Ramirez on deck. He's got 3 of those hits. It's funny, earlier in this game, the Pirates were hitting the ball very solidly. They had 4 extra base hits against Matt Harvey. But Matt was brilliant to get himself around situations and allowed only 1 run. Here in the last 2 innings against the Mets bullpen, the contact has been much less solid, and they've scored 5 runs in the last 2 innings. 2-2 to Walker.
Well, the Mets had a few gaffes in there to have that big 4-run 7th. The double play ball that was thrown away. Well, Parnell threw it to the bag. One of the Tejada didn't get there in time.
Well, if it's going poorly for the Mets, it's going worse for the Washington Nationals. Their pitching coach, Steve McCatty, just got ejected from a game for the first time in 31 years. Frustration, you think? There's ball 4 to Walker, and the inning continues.
I would like to know who that umpiring crew is.
Still no score in that game in San Francisco. But, you know, we've said it before. There's something eerie about that Washington team. Something that just doesn't seem to be right. And the Mets have been the beneficiaries of that so far, but you just can't expect that to last forever. They've got too much talent to keep losing games the way they have. Here's Ramirez, who's 3 for 4 today. Driven on a run, scored a run. 2 on and 2 out. And Ramirez flies one to center, chasing Lagares way back over his head, and one hop against the wall. Marte is in, Walker right behind him. The door is completely blown off on the 2-run double by Ramos Ramirez, his 4th hit of the day. Lagares misjudged the ball, and the Mets getting blown out now 8-1 in the 8th inning.
Well, it's also something we never saw last year. Balls, in particular, this is a fly ball. Now it's crushed. Now the ball's getting over the head of Lagares. He covered everything last year. And they've tried to get Juan to play a little bit. There's 2 outs here. You can kind of get it in your 3rd gear now, kick it in. But they're trying to get Lagares to play a little bit deeper this year.
The Mets are going to intentionally walk Andrew McCutchen. It's an 8-1 game in the 8th. You intentionally walk people when you're down by 7 runs in the 8th inning?
I've never seen that.
No, neither have I. McCutchen, batting for the first time in the game, had the day off, came in for defense. And the pitcher, Bastardo, was going to bat.
Never say die.
I guess not.
Stranger things have happened.
Torres has come on and has not retired a batter. An infield hit, a walk, a 2-run double, and now an intentional walk to his first 4 batters. So McCutchen goes to first base. And Bastardo will take the turn at bat. 2
innings in a row, Gary. The 9 batters to the plate for the Pirates.
It's not a good formula.
No.
Although this
is the 8th. Excuse me. Sorry.
It could wind up being 9.
Either way you look at it, 9 batters and then 8, it's not good. It means runs.
So the rare plate appearance for Bastardo, who is 0 for 7 in his career, and doesn't look like he wants any part of this.
8-1. Just let me pitch.
Some of the relievers who rarely get to the plate revel in the opportunity. Others have no interest. Never forget Dae-Sung Koo and his booming double against Randy Johnson. And then his mad dash for the plate. With the weighted ball in his pocket. Mets had a reliever named Dennis Cook who rarely got plate appearances. He loved to bat.
Oh, he was a competitor.
Yeah. Mike Stanton, a relief pitcher who liked to bat. Full count now to Bastardo, and that's having
natives are getting
even doing the ordinary things here.
Natives are getting restless.
Well, it's been a rough last couple of innings, and Bastardo takes strike 3 call. Torres getting a little assistance from David Rackley there to finally put a close to the inning. But 3 more runs score for the Pirates, and they're up 8-1 in the 8th. Still reason to wave that foam finger. You never know.
Hey, it's never. What did Yogi say? It's never over till it's over.
Well, it was your ex-teammate Joaquin Andujar who said you can sum up baseball in one word.
You never know.
You never know.
I remember when you made that comment.
Antonio Bastardo, who pitched a 1-2-3 7th, will stay on for the 8th to face Yoenis Cespedes. Meanwhile, in Chicago this afternoon, the Cubs are on the verge of having their 9-game winning streak ended. Chris Sale started for the White Sox in that Windy City series today. Sale, 7 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 15 strikeouts. 3-0 White Sox with 2 out in the 9th.
And he put a stop to a very red-hot Cub team. Or so it seems. That game's not over yet.
I mean, it ain't over till it's over.
It's the 9th, right? Or is it ended?
Actually, Jorge Soler just did a home run for the Cubs, and now it's 3-1. So you're right; it's never over till it's over.
That's right.
Meanwhile, the Nats and Giants have gone to the 4th with no score. Cespedes today 0 for 2 and a walk. Mets have had just 4 hits today, including Travis d'Arnaud's home run in the 2nd, which played to their only run.
This is one of those games too that just takes the starch out of your offense, your everyday players. The rain delay of what, 41 minutes, Gare?
42 minutes officially.
42 officially, and then the 7 runs. Barn door crashed open, and you're just flat.
Well, the Mets have a day off tomorrow to regroup and figure things out before they start a 9-game road trip. And given the fact that the Mets have stumbled at times on the road this year, that'll be a very telling 9 games to Baltimore, Colorado, and Philadelphia. And as we've mentioned several times, they're going in to face a suddenly very hot Baltimore team, and a team that could by the end of the day be in playoff position. Started the day a half game behind the Angels for the 2nd wild card. The Angels play tonight against Kansas City. One and 2 to Cespedes with Uribe and Murphy to follow. Tonight, Geico Sports Night, 10:30. They'll keep you up to date on the Nationals and the Jets and the Giants. And we still talking about Tim Tebow?
He's still around.
Really?
He doesn't bother anybody. Nice young man.
No, he doesn't. Maybe the Jets would like to bring him back. 2 and 2 to Cespedes.
He loves football. He's still trying.
How about this? The Red Sox, the last 2 days scored 37 runs after John Farrell was diagnosed with lymphoma. Today they fell behind 7-0 against the Mariners. They just tied the game in the bottom of the 9th, 8-8.
Wow.
How about that? I mean, it's been a completely lost season for the Red Sox, and here they are. How do you explain that? In the wake of the news about Farrell, they scored 45 runs the last 3 days.
You don't.
Seventh pitch of the bat coming from Bastardo to Cespedes eventually.
Well, it's getaway day for the Pirates. They got a short flight home. You're in the field right there. You don't want Bastardo stepping off. It's like, come on, Antonio, let's go.
Hey, it looks like Ike pitched a scoreless inning.
Really?
Yeah. Cespedes pops it up. Rodriguez over near the stands. Not quite enough room. He almost
very nice.
Knocked into the kid, but the kid's fine. And Sean making sure he's fine. Yeah, Ike pitched an inning, allowed a hit and a walk, and struck out a batter. So his ERA stays at 0.
He's going to have a Stratomatic card. He's going to have 2 Stratomatic cards.
The Mets could use another lefty in the bullpen. I think that was Sandy on the phone right now. And Cespedes takes a high full count. I mean, the Mets have already picked up a couple of relievers from the A's. They got Clippard from the A's. They got O'Flaherty from the A's. How about that Davis guy?
Perfect for games like this.
Cespedes down on strikes. That's 3 strikeouts in a row for Bastardo. 1 out in the home 8th.
Upstairs again. Seems to be where you need to pitch Cespedes.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Juan Uribe, who's 0 for 3 today. 1 for 14 in this series. The Braves won today on a walk-off home run by Cameron Maybin in the bottom of the 10th. Beat Arizona 2-1. In that game, Shelby Miller held the D-backs hitless for the first 7. And interestingly enough, Miller pitching a fine game today. The guy he was traded for, Jason Hayward, 2 home runs for the Cardinals. But they're down 6-4 to the Marlins in the 8th. What's that about? Any idea?
I have no idea, but it's not anything alarming. Just a little communication.
Well,
Yeah.
Terry communicates with his players, talks to everybody every day. Just to check in. It's a mid-game check-in. Uribe went around, strike 3. That's 4 strikeouts in a row for Bastardo. So 2 out and nobody on. Now Murphy, who's 1 for 3 today, singled to center his last time up. Right before the rain delay, it was a 1-1 game, bottom of the 6th. Murphy a 1-out single. Kadire was hit by a pitch. They pulled the starter Locke out of the game. They were ready to bring in Caminero. That's when the thunder clapped and the rain started to fall hard. They covered the field. 42 minutes later, Caminero got a couple of outs, and the next half inning, the Pirates started a soft barrage, helped out by some Mets miscues. 7 runs in a 2-inning span to turn this game into something less scintillating than what we've seen for most of the weekend.
Well, one of those innings where when it rains, it pours. There were 7 hits in those 2 innings, an error.
Pass ball, walks, mishandled ground balls.
4 walks to be exact.
Well, it all goes back to that play at second base after Parnell issued the leadoff walk to Sean Rodriguez. Either Parnell threw it too soon, or there was hesitation on Tejada's part, or Murphy confused him with his waving of his arm. Something happened, and instead of a double play and 2 out and nobody on, it was 1st and 3rd and nobody out, and it all proceeded downhill from there. Two and 1 to Murphy.
Well, maybe it's a good idea that the club is going to Baltimore tonight. Gare, a quick flight to Baltimore, a good night's sleep, a full off day. All the 2 extra inning games here, this long game here with the rain delay.
Murphy broke his bat as he pulled that ball foul.
Like you said, go to the aquarium, some blue crab.
Are you a blue crab fan?
No, it's too messy.
It's a lot of fun, though. You got the newspaper, the mallets.
I've been with Maryland people, and there's a way to do it.
Right.
But I just.
Well, the blue crabs have the little tab that you can open up.
It's a mess.
Some beer on the table.
I need a bib.
Well, that's fine. You can wear a bib.
Too messy.
I think there was a younger Keith Hernandez who would have partaken in that.
Crab Chapino was famous in San Francisco. That's messy.
That's drilled foul. No broken bat this time.
I prefer the plastic bibs too.
Really?
Oh yeah.
The lobster bibs.
Yes. Don't ask me why.
Pirates play tomorrow night. They're home against Arizona. And Bastardo's in very little rush to get there.
Giants went ahead in the bottom of the fourth, Gary.
1-0 San Francisco against Bay Area native Joe Ross.
Well, the Nationals get swept. The Mets have lost a real good opportunity to expand their lead. But
you can look at it that way, or that if the Nats were winning games, the Mets could be only a game and a half up at the end of the weekend.
I always look at it in terms of lost opportunity. But you know what? This is a tough Pirate team that came in here. 2 tough games, the first 2 games of the series, extra innings.
Well, we mentioned right at the start of the series that the Mets had the supposedly easiest schedule in the majors going down the stretch, but that this was the aberration, and it has certainly been that. Murph hits it out to center, and McCutchen has it lined up. And that retires the side. 1-2-3 for Bastardo. He goes 6 up and 6 down in his 2 innings. We go to the 9th. It's 8-1. Will catch the last inning for New York, and Michael Conforto into play left field as d'Arnaud and Cespedes come out. Carlos Torres, who struggled to get the final 2 outs in the 8th, will stay on for the 9th to face Chris Stewart, who's gone 0 for 4 today. And Stewart takes a strike. Hunter Pence just hit a 2-run homer. It's now 3-0 San Francisco in the bottom of the 4th, leading the Nationals.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, I don't blame you, Met fans. You hung around for a long time, but you've kind of emptied out, and it's a Sunday. Go on home and sit on the couch.
Up the middle, and Stewart's got his first hit of the day and his 4th hit of the series. The Pirates have been rather relentless. They've had a hit in every inning of this game. They couldn't score much against Matt Harvey, who did a great job getting key outs, but the bullpen been a different story. Mets have used 3 relievers. They've all been touched for runs. Parnell gave up 4. O'Flaherty 1. Torres so far charged with 2. Now here's Florimon, who got the whole thing started with a leadoff walk in the 7th. It's a final in Chicago. The White Sox held on to beat the Cubs 3-1, snapping the Cubs' 9-game winning streak. So the Pirates can open up 2.5 games on the Cubs if they win this. But it certainly would appear as though both the wild cards in the National League this year are going to come out of the National League Central.
Yes.
Curveball in for a strike. 1-2 to Florimon. Sean Rodriguez on deck. Joakim Soria looks like he'll pitch the bottom of the 9th for Pittsburgh, with Mark Melancon getting a day off today in a lopsided game. Strike 3 called, so Florimon is out, and Torres has his 2nd strikeout, 1 down in the 9th. Now Rodriguez, who pinch ran in the 7th inning and scored a run, and then doubled and scored another run in the 8th. And the curveball bends in for a strike. Tuesday night it'll be Jacob deGrom for the Mets against Kevin Gausman for the Orioles at Camden Yards. Do you know the Mets played the first ever game at Camden Yards, an exhibition game, when it opened in 1992?
And the Mets played the first official game at Wrigley Field.
First night game.
Night game, right.
Well, they played the first exhibition game at Camden Yards, a freezing cold day in '92. Sid Fernandez pitched, and it took forever. That's my memory of it. They also played the first ever exhibition game at PNC Park when that opened in 2001.
Very interesting.
And if I'm not mistaken, they also did the same in Arlington when that ballpark opened. Played the first exhibition game. 1-2. You know, played the first exhibition game here, right? Before the regular season.
I forget.
There was a college game. St. John's played Georgetown, and then the Red Sox came in and played the Mets. And the Red Sox on the next homestand make their first ever regular season trip to Citi Field. Rodriguez strikes out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Torres, and they're 2 out. Now Gregory Polanco is 2 for 5 today, a single and a triple. He's scored 1. He's driven 1 in. Polanco over the course of a 9, now 10-game hitting streak, hitting nearly .450. So this 23-year-old right fielder having himself quite a time.
15 hits by these Buccos. Mets with only 4.
I think it was Star Wars Day.
It was. The force was not with the Mets today.
Maybe the force was diverted to the Star Wars competition. Maybe the force needs to be focused.
Well, the rain came down. The gods were against us.
So the rain diluted the force. Weak ground ball. Kadire ranging wide. Torres covers. Side retired. We go to the bottom of the 9th. 8-1 Pittsburgh. outs for the Pirates as they bid to sweep the season series from the Mets. Soria got 2 outs in the 7th inning yesterday. The Pirate bullpen in this series has worked 15 innings now and given up 1 run. That was a 10th inning sacrifice fly to Granderson that Melanson gave up on Friday night. So their bullpen has been a huge difference in this series. Mets bullpen has been beat up today into the tune of 7 runs in 3 innings of work. Michael Kadire 0 for 2, and he's been hit by a pitch today. Antonio Bastardo 6 up and 6 down with 4 strikeouts for the Pirates. So if the results don't change here, then Archimedes Caminero would get the win, and the Pirates bullpen would win its 16th consecutive decision. They already had the longest streak of victories for a bullpen since 1909, and it'll even get longer. 0-2 to Kadire.
Well, they've been sparkling here, no doubt. And that, as you said, the 1 run they gave up was the first night with the 2-run lead, and ironically by their closer, Melanson.
Soria, who was acquired from Detroit before the trading deadline, the former closer in Kansas City, where he had his best years, now serving as a 7th inning guy with Tony Watson and Mark Melanson at the back of that bullpen. Anthony Recker, who came in for Darno in the last inning, is on deck. And the curveball low and away. The Pirates with a win today would go to 23 games over 500. They have a chance to pick up a game today because the Cardinals are trailing Miami 6-4 in the 9th. So if that holds up, Pittsburgh would be only 5 back of St. Louis as Soria strikes out Kadire with a splitter. That's 11 strikeouts for Pittsburgh pitching today. They had 16 last night and 9 in the first game of the series. So that's 36 strikeouts for Met batters in this 3-game series. Here's Recker batting for the first time. Travis d'Arnaud delivered the only Met run today with a 2nd inning home run, also doubled. Recker made the final out of the game last night in the 14th inning with a fly ball as a pinch hitter. Kelly Johnson is sitting 8th in the order, getting ready for his first at bat of the day. Ball and a strike to Recker. Two and one. They're in the 5th now in San Francisco. Giants 3, Nationals nothing. Madison Bumgarner's given up 1 hit so far. Two and two to Recker.
Oh, I've been in the tail end of these games before, Gary.
And the curveball gets Recker looking, and yet another strikeout. That is 6 of the last 7 Met hitters who have been struck out. And now the Mets are down to their final out of this series with Kelly Johnson coming up. Well, a homestand that began spectacularly with a 4-game sweep of the Colorado Rockies. 2 exciting games in the first 2 games of this series and 6 competitive innings today that melted away in the 7th. Johnson grounds one to the left side. Ramirez there to make the play, and the Pirates have swept the season series from the Mets, putting a hurting on the Mets bullpen today. Mets melted down in the 7th inning, and the Pirates win easily today 8-1 to sweep this series and take all 6 from the Mets this season.
Well, as you said,